Okay, we're good.
Are we good?
Yep.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I will call us to order at 10:05 a.m. If you will rise for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, and see a symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. All right, good morning, everyone. Mrs. Turley, roll call, please, ma'am.
Dr. Ashman?
Yes.
Ms. Emily Hunt Daly? Mr. Jaramillo?
Here.
Mr. Ortiz?
Here.
Mrs. Lee?
Present, we do indeed have a quorum. Adoption of the agenda for November 7th. Board members, any changes to the agenda? Superintendent Wagner.
I recommend that we approve today's agenda for this work session.
Wonderful. Board members, is there a motion to approve the agenda as presented? Thank you, sir. And a second.
Second.
Thank you, sir. It has been moved by Mr. Ortiz and seconded by Mr. Jaramillo to approve the agenda as presented. Any discussion, board members? All right, hearing none, we should proceed to roll call vote. Mrs. Turley, please.
Dr. Shambo?
Yes.
Mr. Jaramillo?
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz?
Yes.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye, the motion carries. Work session. Thank you all for being here. Mr. Wagner.
I get to kick things off a little bit. I'll take a few moments and then we'll start with our high schools. I'm gonna reference this. I wish our newly elected board members, hopefully they can watch this. We're streaming this, so I do want to share this presentation. Kind of just educating board members and the public as to what DASH plans are and why we do them in the schools. Dr. Martin, can you pull up that presentation?
Or do you want me to?
This one?
I've got it. I've got it.
You don't have
I've
it?
got it.
I shared it this morning.
We're good. I was doing it last night.
I was looking around to do the game.
And I think Larry was wondering who was doing it too. It
Gotcha.
wasn't me.
I was thinking, well, they got a.
Dr. Martin, I've got it, sir.
Thank you, man.
If you'll get yourself ready for the next one,
Yes.
that would be fantastic, sir. Oh, let me get us to the.
So I know some of you have been board members for a long time and kind of know the history of requirements in New Mexico and what we do. We used to do EPS plans, and then we had Web EPS plans, and then it evolved into DASH plans. DASH stands for Developing and Supporting High Quality Instructional Systems. And that's, as you all know, that's an important part of our strategic plan. That's our number one goal. We want to be academically sound for all students in the district. And so every school site and district does a DASH plan. The DASH plan is meant as a part of the state's
I have to do it. Sorry.
continuous improvement and accountability processes. And it's basically a strategic plan for school sites and has goals based on achievement data and quality instruction. As you all know, this year we're working on the new art and science of teaching with Robert Marzano. We're trying to have leaders and coaches in our classes. We're trying to empower our teachers to have stronger strategies so they can engage kids and involve kids in the learning process. And our hope is that we'll see better academic results as a result. Let's go to the next slide, Mrs. Lee. Dash plans are created because we want our schools to be continuously improving. As you'll see today, we have made some improvements in our data. Not as big of leaps and bounds as we would like. We would like to do better. When I look at our data, we definitely need to strengthen our math instruction. We need to focus on STEM. We need to grow in science. You all as a board, we purchased Physics in a Box several years ago, and these are some of the tools that we need to strengthen our STEM instruction. Dash plans are created because we want to keep accountable with the New Mexico PED. We want to make sure that we're meeting federal and state accountability requirements under the ESSA Act, Every Student Succeeds Act, and we want to make sure that we are compliant with PED requirements. Each school sets priorities as to how they're going to improve academically, how they're going to possibly grow their school climate, how they're going to have better attendance. And so each school has at least 2 goals. Some schools have more, if depending on their force-filled analysis. They look at the root cause of the issues in their schools. They look at their data. They're talking about their data in their PLCs, and so that drives what their dash plan looks like. We want our PLCs to lead to data-driven decision-making. We want our teachers talking about data and collecting. I look back on the 27 years of my career, and when I started as a teacher, I was an agriculture teacher. And so I was a CTE teacher. I taught students how to weld, and we grew things in the greenhouse. And I remember they talked about data back in those days. And I never realized how important data collection would be in my career. And so it's an everyday conversation in all schools. And even our CTE teachers are collecting data to make sure that their students are improving academically. PED, our district monitors the dash plans. We revisit them every 90 days. And then PED also visits. They go through to make sure that we have sound goals, and we have reasoning why we have these goals. And they kind of support us through the process. Go to the last slide. To summarize, New Mexico schools and districts create dash plans to document their improved goals and strategies. They want to show alignment with state educational priorities and demonstrate accountability for student performance and growth. And all of this is submitted to the New Mexico PED, and it is revisited each semester. So that's what dash plans are. And I've asked all of our school sites to come today to present their dash plans and share with you their data. We've also aligned some of our professional development goals for our administrators to include dash, improvement academically. And so I've asked the principals to share some of those goals with you too, so that you can see that it's all interconnected. It's you guys have a strategic plan. Each school has a dash plan that is very much like a strategic plan. So our first school today is going to be the Early College High School, and Principal Martin is here. Principal and Director Martin is here. And he's going to talk to you about the Early College High School. What is our current enrollment there, Dr. Martin?
56.
56. Dr. Martin,
Thank you, sir.
you may present.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Widener, and colleagues. Today, today I'll present our 2025-2026 dash plan for GCCS Early College High School. We'll focus on data trends, strategic goals, and leadership actions aligned to student success. Our student population is 56 currently, with notable groups. We have 32% Native Americans, 63% economically disadvantaged students. We serve 6 English language learners and 6 IEP students. Just more on that, we actually only have 3 special education students, and 4 of them are gifted. One is combined. So if you can picture that, one or 2 of them have combined, meaning has an IEP and is also gifted. So each representing 11% of our population. So both ELL and SWDs are 11% of our population. Our assessment trends show that math proficiency dropped from 38% to 17% from 23-24 to 24-25. And our science improved from 63% to 75%. Our ELA also declined from 63% to 50% from 23-24 and 24-25. So as the incoming principal of Early College High School, those are things that I really wanted to address. So these shifts inform our targeted groups. I planned on disaggregating those data more, showing how our at-risk students actually fared from 23-24 to 24-25. But unfortunately, if I disaggregate them, they become below 10, and those are masked in the data that were provided to us, and so I wasn't able to. I apologize. Our dash goal number 1 is to increase graduation rate. So our goal is to raise our 4-year graduation rate from 76.7% or 77% to 85% by the end of 2025-2026. Our strategy is using academic interventions, student support services, and deeper family and community engagement. What we anticipate the impact of that will be is more student graduating on time, because that's one issue early college has been experiencing, boosting achievement and readiness and equity. So in previous years, we start off with more than 10 freshmen, end up having below 10 at graduating class, graduating by their senior year. So we're trying to mitigate that, and our objective is this year we have 18 freshmen. Our objective is to have them all graduate in their senior year. So that's our objective. Dash plan goal number 2, increase math proficiency from 42% to 55%, and our ELA proficiency from 55 to 65%. The strategy in our dash plan that we highlighted is evidence-based instruction, like Marzano's the new art and science of teaching that the district is spearheading right now. Targeted interventions and stronger formative assessments. Sorry. the impact of that will be building foundational skills. So what do you call this? Layer one intervention is we're putting a lot of stress in layer one intervention right now because we found from our root cause analysis that's one issue that our school is having. Um, and another impact will be to improve SAT performance. As you can see from the data I provided to you, our math NLA actually went down from 23-24 to 24-25. We aim to reduce failure rates and to close performance gaps from with the subgroups that we have. So how does my PDP goal align with my dash plan? My three leadership goal as the early college high school principal this year are number one, to improve student achievement and focus interventions and progress monitoring is how I plan on doing to achieve that. Number two would be to strengthen teacher collaboration, PLCs, that data-driven planning and instructional support, and increase staff engagement in change by shared leadership, innovation, and coaching. These actions will reinforce our school-wide improvement efforts. And so we're focusing right now on evidence-based teaching strategies. I've actually met with my teachers yesterday and told them the availability, the online availability of proficiency, what do we call that again? So proficiency skills online. And what I encourage them to do is utilize those proficiency skills this upcoming second semester, just so we're aligned with district initiatives. And also, as the early college, as you all know, a semester in our school is a year's worth of academics. So our students gain one credit unit per semester for math, ELA, and all the other subjects that they take. And so that will help them actually go about and go deeper into those standards that they really need to go deep with for better understanding and all that, and not rush through all the standards that each of these subjects actually have. It's nothing new. In Common Core, the district in one time has been involved with Common for Black Belt, and our standards are a thing, and it's pretty much the same principle. I'm ready. Thank you all for your attention and support. I welcome your questions and feedback as we all move forward together.
I asked you and all the rest of them the same question. How far are the gaps on our target for grade level?
The targets that we have. So in early college, it's not really that much. As you can see from, let me go back to the slide. So as you can see, the proficiencies right now for the current proficiency for math is 17%. I can say, and I think the district-wide proficiency is at the same percentage currently, but from last year, from 23-24, you see it's 38%. That's above the district target actually, but it's it's difficult in our school because last year only 6 of them took the SAT, and out of the 56 students, six are 6 of them are juniors, and so it's not really a measure of the entire school, but only of those 6 students. So the same is true with other schools like Grants High School. There are 800 students, and only about 200 of them take the SAT. That's just how proficiency rates are measured right now at the high school level, which is different from the elementary levels. So, as to answer your question, sir, the gaps are not that much at my side, because early college high school students are expected to excel in those subject areas that are being tested. And so, yeah,
Thank you.
you're very welcome.
Guy, anything?
Small campus. So we have humble beginnings.
Yes,
Yeah, and so it's easy for the movement up and down. Just, let's do it. So we hope that you can keep your freshman there all 4 years. I mentioned that they were off track.
Yes, sir.
So that means that you've got a lot of these kids who are, you say, I'll try to do the figures and core subjects. How's it going on? English too. So that creates other problems. And so what I'll do is look at and see if your goals and your critical actions are going to actually on target. Did the state approve your plan, or are they still looking at your plans?
Oh, my plan is being submitted, and what the state does is actually they allow the reviewers to actually do the monitoring of those plans. They're just checking for compliance, basically. Um, right now, our reviewer is Miss Grego, and any correspondence coming from the dash people, I have no idea if she got any correspondence from them already regarding our plans. But as far as early college high school, we've actually just completed our 60-day check-in. So because we have a 30, 60, and 90-day check-in, that's for us to evaluate our goals, or if we achieved our critical actions, because as a school we do have 3 critical actions, and that we check in or monitor every 30, 60, and 90. As far as the 60-day check-in, I could tell you that we are on track, and we plan to continue towards our 3rd critical action in that particular attachment. We're pretty much on track to complete all of it as of this time.
One last question has to do with critical actions. Do you have you created any rubrics that help you monitor progress in implementing your interventions? Talk about conduct classroom walkthroughs to monitor instructional consistency. So do you have a set of rubrics that you use to document that, so that you can from yourself along with the teacher whether or not they are implementing they are consistent in their instruction?
As of this time, Dr. Archambault, I use the you ever you have done the new art and science of teaching, it's
Scales.
proficiency skills as my rubric for that. when I go observe a class, I actually use two tools. The district is using Bullseye, and when I do my walkthroughs in Canvas, I I I I I complete both of them. But I use the proficiency goals that are being used by the teachers as the rubric to measure how effective they are in their teaching. So um, I also monitor because they're supposed to monitor each of their students because they give copies of the performance scales to their students for the students to own their learning, and so they're aware of what level all their students are, and I monitor that as well. So uh, that's how pretty much I measure how effective they are in the strategy they're using.
And they show 80% alignment.
Yes, sir. With the strategies that were with the strategies the district is actually um, um, ini- uh, we are 80% in alignment with the district initiatives because right now we're still learning the new art and science of teaching, and so I can say we're 100% in it. But as far as I know, our teachers are abiding by what the district what the district is pushing us for all our teachers, and 80% is where we are currently, and 100% is our.
They're committed, they just don't know all of the tools yet.
It's an ongoing
Yeah.
process, and this is our first year, and I'm glad all my teachers are on board, and by next semester we should be 100%.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome,
Dr.
sir.
Martin.
Thank you.
Appreciate all your information.
Good job, Dr. Martin.
Thank you, sir.
At this time, I'm gonna give the floor to Grants High School. I want to talk a little bit about Mrs. Elkins' experience. You guys have known since I've been here, Mrs. Elkins has been the principal of Grants High School. But before that, she was very much an instructional leader at Grants High School. She was our instructional coach for 4 of the 5 years that I was there. And she led our PLCs, she led data conversations, she led instructional strategies. And I was really proud of her last year when she took the initiative to take over running the PLCs and being the instructional leader at Grants High School. And so Grants High School, as you all know, is our biggest school. We have over 800, we fluctuate between 800 to 900 students. And I am proud for Mrs. Elkins to come talk about her academic growth and the academic growth of their students and share her dash plan with you. So, Mrs. Stevie Elkins.
Good morning, Mr. President, board members, directors, friends. Thank you for that introduction. My name is Stevie Elkins. I have been the principal of Grants High School. This is going on my 3rd year. And like Mr. Whiter said, I was an assistant principal prior to that, and then an instructional coach prior to that, all at Grants High School. So all of my experience has been at secondary level with Grants High School. So that's exciting. Are you doing it, Dr. Martin?
Mhm.
Okay. So I took the reportable data. So I didn't necessarily do entire school data just because, like Dr. Martin explained, our reportable data comes from our SAT assessment and then a master assessment that we give to 11th graders every year. So I did do like a demographic comparison to our senior cohort. So if you see some inconsistencies with numbers, it's because the kids who tested are now seniors. We've gotten new seniors. We've gotten, so the numbers they don't align perfectly just because of the change in the cohort. And so generally, and you'll see on the next page, the specific data, but generally only 50% of students at Grants High School either met or exceeded both math and reading and writing benchmarks on the SAT assessment, while 70% did not meet either benchmark. That 70% represents a key focus group for targeted improvement efforts, and you'll see the dash line aligns perfectly with that. Although our reading and writing performance slightly exceeds math and has seen a trend upwards for the last 5 years, both areas require additional support to improve overall reading. These results highlight significant gaps in college level preparedness and point to clear opportunities for focused intervention and growth. If you look at the bottom half of that, over half of Grants High School juniors, so there's some discrepancy there, because we have 51% of the same exact students that took the SAT, that took the master test, which is the science readiness test, and 51% of those students scored proficient or advanced on that test. So there's definitely a bigger picture to talk about assessments, because they're the exact same kids, but they're doing drastically different on assessment. So again, 51% scored proficient or advanced on that master's assessment, which is the science readiness assessment, exceeding both the district, which was at 44%, and the state, which tested at 41%. So that's a huge win for Grants High School. So again, this continued growth in science proficiency reflects strong instructional support and increasing engagement in STEM activities, which Mr. Widener spoke about. So on the left and the right, so in math, our average score is a 430 at Grants High School. Our English-based reading and writing is a 440, and students generally scored about an 870. And then on the next page, you'll see I don't want to call them benchmarks because it's not a standards-based assessment, but what the state would consider proficient on that particular assessment. On the right side, you'll see, and so the state considers level 3 proficient for the master assessment. And so again, you'll see some discrepancy in number because of the cohort differences, but 40% of our students were at level 3, and then 1% at level 4. And then if you go to the next slide, Dr. Martin. So it's small, but I just stayed on the template. So you'll see the breakdown in very specific ways. So you'll see that we tested 22 English language learners, 39 special education students. It's important to note that those students could very well cross over. And so if you look at the bottom, that's broken up by demographic. And like Dr. Martin said, it shadows those demographics that are not over 10%. So you'll see our higher ones with the exception of Laguna, because I wanted to include that data. So this will show you, and I don't know if you want me to go through it specifically, but we had 18 Acoma students take that assessment, 27 Caucasian students, 106 Hispanic students, 5 Laguna students, and 47 Navajo students. And you'll see that for Acoma, and I'll go over the percentage that met both benchmarks for that SAT assessment. So for Acoma students, 5.6 students met both benchmarks. For Caucasian students, 25.9 students made both benchmarks. Hispanic students, 4.7%. Laguna students, 0% met both, and then for Navajo students, 2.1% met both. And so you'll kind of see the breakdown there, which you'll see with the dash goals that there's a significant deficit in mathematics. And I've sat in work sessions where we've spoken about that math gap and what I feel like is part of the issue, what's part of a state issue, a national issue, a global issue. And so we'll talk about what we want to do at Grants High School to alleviate the math proficiency issue. So our dash line goals, they're on 2 separate pages, but when we think about layer 2, we typically do not think about 90% of students. We typically think about 10 to 20% of students, but Grants High School's data will imply that 90% of students need layer 2 intervention. So it's not the deepest level of intervention, but it's certainly not a universal intervention. So we're going to focus on layer 2. So the goal as it's written is by the end of 90 days, all math teachers will collaboratively create and implement fully aligned curriculum guides that explicitly integrate tier 2 interventions to support math instruction and address the student learning gaps. And so we stayed extremely granular to mathematics this year, and our dash plan focused solely on mathematics, because when we're talking about 90% of students not being proficient in math, that's the problem that needs to be focused on at the forefront of what we do. And so I did do the connection to the data. Our data shows a significant number of students not meeting math benchmarks, particularly among special education, ELL, and several of those demographic groups. Only 20 to 25% of special education students met the math benchmark. And many students across the subgroups did not meet either math, reading, or writing. And so how it will improve our school, we are currently and have been currently working on aligned curriculum guides. Again, integration of tier 2 interventions and just being really intentional and targeted about those interventions, because like I said, we highly focus on tier 1 because that should be everybody. That's the instruction that we deliver to everybody. And we highly focus on tier 3, which are the ones that require intensive support. The percentage of tier 2 students should not be huge, but our data, at least at Grants High School, says otherwise. So we're going to focus right there in that tier 2. Collaborative teacher planning, and then targeted improvement in math proficiency. And you'll see, like, specifically on that dash plan that we are hoping to get a 2% improvement rate in math proficiency. And again, it's tough because those are different students testing the same assessment. It's not a benchmark assessment, it's not a standards driven assessment. So you're going to have a different cohort take the same test. And so the data is not necessarily, it's not gross data, it's cohort data, but still what the state looks like and is reported. If you go to the next plan, or the next school plan. And so again, we kept these super, super granular. I think it's important to note that I've been in the dash plan game since it was the EBS game, and I learned quite a bit about that. And if the goals are broad and unattainable, it just, like Dr. Martin said, becomes a compliance piece. Yes, we did it. Yes, we did our check-in. Yes, we did our 90 check-in. Yes, we did it. And so we wanted to really, really focus on something tangible, like number and students and pacing guide and curriculum guide tangible. And so this wasn't the original goal, but we, with the integration of Marzano, we decided, and with our work with Dr. Rule, decided that we are on the right track, but we needed some intentionality and some specific direction. And so originally Grants High School, like Mr. Weiner stated, we talk about Marzano strategies, and we think of those strategies being things that teachers deliver in classrooms. We've taken a step back and made our strategy in our planning and in our data delivery and in our data tracking. And so at first I was like, we're not doing any sort of strategies for Marzano, like we were worried about that. Dr. Roll came in and completely anchored what we were doing. So the strategies are actually at the front of that instead of in it. And so our thought is that curriculum is overarching, and we get really hung up on curriculum being books, but curriculum is not books. Curriculum is not books. And so if we do not have good planning guides, if we do not have priority standards, if we do not have piecing and embedded intervention in the things that we give to our teachers to teach, because we know that our job, and you'll see that in the next slide, my job is to teach teachers how to teach. And if we don't provide them the tools to teach, it doesn't matter how great of a teacher I am. Doesn't matter. I can say it, I can say it, I can say it. And so we've really taken the DLPs that we previously worked on, and we have taken the 30 standards for Algebra 1 that are in quarter 1, and we have collaboratively scaled it back to 5, to 4. Like, what do they truly need to do? Another thing that we've done is that we don't understand what's on that SAT assessment. It's become very, very clear that when we used to take part, we knew exactly what was on that assessment. We knew what stamps were being assessed. We knew the way they were being assessed. We knew we could take a question and we could teach them how to answer that question, not the content of the question, but how to answer that question and decode it. We have not done a good job understanding how we're assessing our kids. And again, we could teach into the ground, but if we don't understand how we're assessing them, we're not going to get anywhere, because curriculum is it's a group of things. And teachers have a hard time with that because we have been taught that curriculum is the book that we use and the test that we use. And so that's been a huge shift. And so our number 2, when we talk about layer 2 interventions, we can't teach what we don't know. So we've taken those back. We've determined, and slowly, I want to make sure that everybody knows that this is not happening like today, but it's happening in every PLC meeting. I have a teacher that's like, no, you guys left a standard out that is important. And then they get into an argument like, no, that's not really, and those are good conversations. So we want those, we determine priority standards so that they align as much as they're able to with the SAT. Because like I mentioned, 51% of the same exact students are scoring proficient on science assessment, but only 9% of those kids are scoring proficient in math. And so there's a definite disconnect there. And so we want to be intentional about those documents, and our Marzano strategy is that we are going to finish those documents with fidelity to the granular level, so that if I'm teaching a teacher, they know exactly what they should be learning on top of that. We've done a ton of research about proficiency scales and have decided that we're on that track, but we are not there yet because we truly have to decide what needs to be proficient before we develop those skills. So, Mr. Whiter talked about being an instructional leader, and I originally was extremely stressed out about Marzano because I've been in the district for 16 years, and it's Marzano, and then it's ICLE, and then it's that, and so we're a little hesitant. And I reflected and decided that anything that is going to improve our school is something that we need to, one, fully understand and fully dive into, because why would we not? Wouldn't look a gift down. And so, but like I said, it's taken some time and some energy and some research to decide that we are not on the teacher side of Marzano, we are on the planning side of Marzano, and that needed to come from me. And so my goal, again, is to enhance my role as an instructional leader, but also just recognize the influence and the power that I have on the staff. And if I have a negative attitude about something, or if I'm resistant to something, or if I'm hesitant about something, that is going to be mirrored. And so I have taken intentional steps to take things that are positive and take things that can improve our school and push them out in a way that is collaborative. And so, again, my goal as a site leader, and I have a couple, but I mentioned this one here because it ties in really well. It's just to enhance my role as the instructional leader on my campus. Understand our curriculum, our assessments, our student data, so that I can effectively lead teachers in our DASH goals. And by strengthening my instructional leadership, I can guide teachers to implement aligned curriculum, interventions, and assessment practices. This will improve student learning and hopefully close that gap little by little and ensure that more students meet those proficiency benchmarks. And that's all I have. But I'm also ready.
I'm going to start off. It's an easy one. You're going to love it. Will you please explain to our audience and remind us again what the tiered interventions are?
So yeah, for sure. So tier 1 or layer 1, like I said, I've been through a couple of transitions. is universal instruction. That is the instruction that we deliver to everybody every day. Those are our regular comfortable shoes. You know what I mean? We know they fit. We know they're not gonna hurt us. Like, those are those ones. And that's what we deliver to. And it should be like 80% of our students is what we deliver tier 1 and 2. Tier 2 is what we should deliver to 10 to 20% of our student population. And that's more intensive, like targeted instruction. Like not necessarily I don't know how to read, but I'm really struggling with inferring text and targeting that. And then tier 3 or layer 3 is the instruction that requires intensive support. Students on IEPs, students with English language proficiency. And again, it should be a pretty small group, like 10 to 15%. But our math data, to me, in my head, indicates that most of our kids fall in, 90% of our kids fall into that 10 to 20% that needs that layer 2. Like, they're there and they're knocking on the door, but somebody needs to just open it for them. So that's what's good.
So do you pull them out to get them where they need to be on that tier? Or
So as far as like physically pulling them out of class, no. And so that's why when we talk about Marzano, when we talk about planning, we talk about those documents. I want to make sure that there is intentional time within my tier 1 instruction for me to take a step back and take Dr. Martin and Stevie Elkins and pull them sort of place in my classroom, you know what I mean? Not physically out, because the instruction will be delivered from the same person, but you need to write 5 sentences versus the paragraph that he's working, and being aware of that on a global level. Like, I want to teach teachers to see that, to look for that. Good question. Thank you.
And I see that, you're embracing Marzano. I know some teachers or some administrators were kind of weary about the curriculum. And what it looks like, you're trying to promote student self-awareness and teacher accountability.
Yes, sir.
Anything else for Mrs. Elkins? I see Guy pondering.
I do want to clarify a little bit. Dr. Martin and Mrs. Elkins both spoke about proficiency skills. And I know we as a board have really been looking at rubrics and what a rubric is. Proficiency skills are pretty similar, right? It's if you do this amount of work, you're going to be proficient with this score. And so I wanted to make that connection so you guys would kind of understand how everything is related. Both Dr. Martin and Mrs. Elkins have talked about math scores and that we've got to grow in math, and I talked about it too. We are currently looking at the math adoption for next school year. We are vetting at least 4 different curriculums. We want to make sure that our teachers select the best curriculum that will help them to expand academically.
Thank you, sir. Got it.
oh, there's no mention about graduation rate.
No, sir.
Explain.
So when we create dash plans, we as the instructional leaders and we as the team determine what the most impactful thing that we want to focus on for that year is. I don't necessarily feel like we've had a trending downward graduation rate. I don't think that our graduation rate is dire, and we simply did not choose that this year. Like, our goal is truly to increase our math proficiency rates at Grant High School.
What's the graduation rate?
What's the graduation rate?
Most recent.
So, if we're talking sheer numbers, and like I said, I can't tell you because of cohorts. So if a kid starts in Grant Cibola County Schools as a kindergartner to graduate, and then we lose them somewhere along the way, that's taken into like the Vistas graduation rate. We're still considered a traditional school as far as New Mexico Vistas. We graduated 94% of the kids that I had in the building last year. In the building. So But like I said, I know Vistas reports differently, or if I have a student that was with us for 3.5 years and moves to Gallup McKinley County Schools, I keep that graduation rate, I keep that. So as far as like the ins and outs of like the specific data, I couldn't tell you, but as far as physical students on the date of graduation versus enrollment students, we graduated about 94% of our students.
Kids, in about, what, 2 years, they're gonna be taking 24 credits?
The freshman.
The freshman, yeah, freshman this, yeah,
So,
freshman.
Freshman this year. So they'll get started with a new set of a new program that differs from what our kids have been going with the 26 credits. So that's a challenge. So for the board, we know that to graduate, you need 26 credits at this point.
Correct.
So so that we're always mindful, and so are parents mindful of that in order to graduate, you gotta get a passing grade. And so parents are always concerned that their kids are doing well. And so they're gonna check their report card grades and all that stuff. And this plan of yours is focused on inputs than outputs. Inputs meaning the things that we do to improve instruction. Outputs just means the result, the scores, the performances that we typically would see. For instance, report card grades are an output.
Yeah.
Taking a test scores are outputs. And so in this one, what I see is that your goal is for designing and aligning and developing the understanding of the scales that are integrated specifically for tier 2.
Yes.
That's what it says. And then the math scores you were talking about for SAT were had declined slightly, and that there was a desire to improve it by
2%.
2%. Explain to the audience what that means, because a lot of parents don't understand and they may not even have seen their own SAT scores and looked at it, oh, I don't know what this is.
Sure.
But that's typical. So you
Sure.
might be able to elaborate on that and help the audience understand what.
So, sure. So in the state of New Mexico, and it's important to note that, with that House Bill 171, that things are changing as far as these assessments as well. So students need to, in, English, score a 430 on the SAT assessment. And then I want to say a 5, sorry. A 530. So 480, 530. So with these proficiency skills and with Marzano and with all of that, it's going to be a hard transition for teachers and for parents and for students, because it is a measurement of proficiency, not a measurement of an A, a B, a C, or a D, or I passed or I didn't pass. It's saying that Stevie Elkins can solve a simple function, but she can't do a word problem. So it's going to put me at a 2 versus a 3 and say, if you want to be at a 3, these are the things that you need to work on. The kid knows that, the parent knows that, the teacher knows that, those specific skills to go there. And so SAT is really designed like that, whereas typical curriculums and typical grading scales and the ways that we have typically been taught to teach does not lend itself to that. So that's going to be a huge transition, because we want to know where they're at and we want to know what they need to do to get where we want them to be, where the state wants them to be, where their parent wants to be. Parents are going to get really hung up on the fact that my kids had straight A's their entire life, but they're showing a 2 on this specific skill or this specific standard content area. And so I would like to eventually get away from the, hey, your kid's proficient, he passed, because that's not necessarily how that assessment's built. And I want to marry that assessment with our curriculum guides, our curriculum documents, our assessments, that kind of stuff. But like I said, a heck of a transition for everybody, all stakeholders. But for now, that's how we're assessed, and that's what it looks like. And so it doesn't necessarily mean that they're not proficient. It means that they're just not there yet. And that's tough for people. Like, we're just not there yet. We're missing some skills. SATs breakdown and PSATs breakdown is not like PARC or SBA. Like, it's not going to tell you exactly how I scored and the things that I was deficient in. So tough.
I agree. SAP is a imperfect, flawed measure of high school academic performance.
Agreed.
And so it's hard to, a teacher is not in control of the result. The teacher's in control of your lessons and your instruction, grading. And then you expect that any of the school-wide assessments are going to be aligned with what we say we're doing in the classroom. Whereas this is an external assessment that is nationwide and has its own set of standards or skills that are to be taught, and it may not necessarily align with all of our content standards for the different subjects. Right now, it's reading, writing, and it's math. So we're not going to focus on social studies or anything else. We're just looking at just the scores for SAT, and the range goes from 0 to goes at the high end of it is. And so I think what would be puzzling for most people is what is significant growth gained in a SAT score from one year to the next, when we're still in the stages of developing our instructional program through Marzano effect. And it's going to be, and then we're changing the number of credits we're going to require students to take. So the instruction of the courses, the assessments, the teachers are familiar with for themselves, and then the SAT. How that all is going to fit together is very puzzling and very disturbing. It's still not an easy thing to understand. But anyway, thank you.
You know, it's kind of sad too, because over the last 4 years, we were very focused on ACT prep, and we
Yes.
had strategies, and we had, advisory classes where we were, Dr. Martin taught there then too, and we were really focused on preparing our kids, and then we switched to an SAT stage. So it's just a different world.
Yes.
And has the state indicated, or are we still in? Have they communicated back to your school as to how they reviewed the plan?
No. I've never, as long as I've been doing those, I have never had a state reviewer reach out and say, hey, work on this, or grade it per se. That's always been at the district level.
If I may, Dr. the president, they've always relied on the district reviewer to do all that. So as far as I know as well, they just try. I think they just look into the district and the district schools and find out if we're in compliance with whatever requirement.
And those requirements were in the manual guides,
What, just as far as like completing a dash plan?
right?
Yeah, and the district reviewers go through a certification process, and so they're supposed to know what to look for in a compliant fashion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Elkins. Appreciate it. Board members, right now, We actually have our middle school principal here. Mr. Widener let me know this morning that unfortunately, Miss Ray, which is our Laguna Acoma principal, is away at a training. So if it pleases the board, I would like to push the Laguna Acoma dash plan down to the bottom to allow our middle school principal that is here right now to give her presentation. Mr. Widener was going to share the dash plan that Miss Ray presented for the board packet. But if it's all right with the board, I'd like to get us a little closer to back on schedule. We're about 10 minutes behind right now. Any objections to that, board?
I will talk a little bit about the training that Miss Ray's at. As you all know, Miss Ray is a brand new high school principal. She is working to learn about the SAT and graduation requirements and credits and credit attainment and her experiences. She's worked in high school, but she's been the leader of elementary the last few years. And so this week she is in Florida. She is at a synergy training where they talk about building your master schedule and they talk about assigning students into courses. And so she's really working on her skills so that she can be a better instructional leader at Laguna Acoma. And she wants to present to you. She said, just postpone my presentation. And I said, well, let me share your slides. And so I will have Miss Ray come and present to you in the near future when she's back in town, because she is doing great things at Laguna Acoma and she is building a solid team. She's about to have an assistant principal, athletic director, and so she's making good moves. Speaking of good moves, our middle school principal is here. We have a new middle school principal this year. Ms. Smith has been a fixture in our district. She's been a teacher. She's been an assistant principal. She's been, during the pandemic, she helped us with our online students and criteria for getting the kids through school that weren't necessarily on campuses. And we're very excited and happy that Mrs. Smith is back with us. She has a lot of knowledge. She's been working in middle school at many points throughout her career and has worked very hard to acclimate herself to Los Alamitos, to her team, and has rolled out some really great school culture initiatives since she's been there. I think where students are enjoying the positive behavior supports, and I think parents are appreciative of Mrs. Smith's approach and willingness to meet with parents. We are charging the storm at Los Alamitos, and so without further ado, I will let Mrs. Smith, Laura Smith, come and present her dash plan for Los Alamitos.
You're speaking, I had to bring a notebook or anything. I had some things happening today at Los Alamitos that I just ran out the door. So apologize for that. But my dash plan. So as a new principal, I focused my dash plan on the data that I had available to me when I first stepped in the door, which was not much. It was the 24-25 spring NMESA. All right, and that's on a different page, but what that showed me was that I needed to focus in math as well, right? And looking at the NMESA spring, the 8th graders from that group, I didn't even really pay attention to because they're at the high school now. So I really focused on my current 8th graders when I wrote my dash plan. And we are focusing on eighth grade math because over the last 2 years, 23, 24, and then 24, 25, there was no growth whatsoever. And so what I wanted to focus on there with the math is changing the adult behavior, because what we've been doing in the past isn't working because there is zero growth across the board, it's stagnant. And so I was excited to be introduced to the new Marzano. And when I listened to Dr. Roll explain how scales and rubrics worked, I thought this is a way that the adults in my building can change things up and make their instruction more humanistic, make those students understand why they need to learn certain skills to master the topic that the teachers are trying to teach. So my PLCs from early on in the fall until here just recently have focused on helping those teachers break down their standards into bite-sized pieces, all right, where they can build a scale or a rubric to show the students what they have to do to get to the mastery level. So again, it's a 1, 2, 3, or 4 on a scale, but it talks about it in student-friendly language. I need to be able to do it. So I understand, one of the academic vocabulary, they can define it, they understand it, that might be a 1, but that doesn't master the concept, right? And so I was in a science class the other day to be, just for an example, of a teacher who has embraced using the scales and the rubrics. And she handed all the scales to the students and said, look, what you need to know is right here. This is going to be your test. And as she got into her lesson, she had her students highlight hard words, right? And as I sat and watched her and the students raised their hand and gave their hard word, I was really surprised by one of those words. One of those words was windowsill. Now, who among us would have ever thought that windowsill was a hard word for one of our middle school kids? But if they've never used it and they've never had the opportunity to know what a windowsill is, maybe they haven't dusted their own windowsills, And so I was surprised by that, but we have to come back to the kids level and understand where they are before we can teach them the harder concepts. If they don't understand a windowsill, they're not going to understand photosynthesis and how the plants that they're learning about gain energy from the sun by sitting in a windowsill, right? And so that was that lesson. So I was impressed. They could look at it and go, okay, I know this, but I need to know this to pass my teacher's test. To master the topic of photosynthesis, I need to know all of these things. And so to me, it puts the learning in the kids' hand. They know why they're learning something. In the past, we've said, okay, we're going to learn how to multiply fractions. Okay, but that's the whole concept. What do you have to know first? The very first step before you can multiply a fraction. What do you need to know second? All right, so I've been working with my teachers on changing how they teach and putting it more into the students' hands. So the students understand why they're learning this concept and how it's going to affect that outcome. So if you look at my first page here, I have my demographics, and this is the demographics from our beginning of the year IMESA test. All right, so the new MESA test, the 8th graders showed me that there was about 14% of students who were either proficient or mastered the math, the 8th grade math. And so our beginning of the year, we tested 401 students. Here are our demographics here. I'm gonna go here so I can read this a little easier for you guys, sorry. So out of the 95 8th grade native students, 77% of those need support, all right? And 17 are near target and only 6 of them are on target, right? So by focusing on humanizing that education and explaining to them exactly what they need, then this 17% will move, parts of the 17% will move up. So we can bring some of those almost near target kids, those bubble kids, we can bring them to the proficient because it won't be as hard for them to understand when you've got the proficiency skill, right? Of our 8th grade Hispanic kids, 61% need support, right? And 30% will be the ones that will take those proficiency skills, and be able to move up a little bit without too much, change in what they're learning, just by changing those proficiency skills. The ones who need the extra support, we've changed our advisory classes, all right? The advisory classes in the beginning of the year were simply a class where they got to do extra homework or whatever, and had some different targets, but really wasn't a class that was really targeted on much of anything. You know, we had a lot of variety in those advisory classes happening. So now we have taken some of these needs support kids and we put them in targeted tutoring during that advisory period, because we know that when we offer the after school tutoring, not all of them are going to be able to come. Some of them won't have transportation. Some of them are in sports and don't want to stay after school for tutoring purposes. They want to go play basketball. They want to run track, that kind of thing. So we are giving them time within the school day during an advisory class, especially if they're in this needs support area. We're giving them that targeted tutoring. So we can move them from needs support. Some of them may go all the way to mastery, but they definitely move from needs support to near target. And so we'll be moving everybody up just a little bit, which will help improve those scores. My goal is a 10% increase, and that's kind of hefty. But that's what I would like to see, 10%, because 14% mastery was just too low, and nothing across the board in 2 years. To me, that says it's not necessarily kid behavior, it's the way we're teaching our kids, and we need to change the adult behavior. So that's what I've been focusing on. And my PDP, if you look next. My PDP goals, my dash plan goals, were from, I told you, the initial data was from the spring Nemessa test. And that's basically the information that I had. This is my first year as a principal. I've never written a dash plan, so I was like pulling my hair out. Oh my gosh, what do I get this? What do I do here? What do I do here? What do I do? Right? So I took the information and the data that I did have access to early on, and that's how I developed my dash. So my target proficiency range is increase the 8th grade math scores, 8th grade, that cohort, by 10 to 15%, making them at 24 to 29%. All right. And that will positively impact Los Alamitos' overall academic performance index, and increase subgroup performance on all levels. All right, my second goal was to help the teachers break down their standards. When I first introduced my thoughts on how they needed to build their rubrics, especially with my math teachers, they were like, but we have to get through all this information. We have so many standards and we have to go fast. Well, that's not helping our kids, right? We need to slow down a little bit. Yes, we have standards to get to, but Dr. Rule introduced that if we try and teach every single standard that is in that DOP, that it will take, you know, from pre-K all the way to graduation, it would take 22 years to do that. We have 12 to get us through and proficient. And so I think we need to slow down a little bit. And that's what I told my math teachers and all my other teachers. We need to slow down a little bit. Pick those most important topics that we have to do. Pick the most important concepts, and let's break it down into steps that the students will understand, so they don't come to class and I'm alone Smith. You know, and if they start understanding and they say, look, I can do this, Miss Smith, look, I know how to do this, but I need to know how to do this, and they'll be more excited about their learning. All right. Behavior has already changed a little bit at Los Alamitos. I put in a PBIS program where they earn points for opening doors for people, for not getting in trouble, for being on time, for turning in their assignments. They earn points, and they can purchase things that I create with 3D printers or provide from other sources, things that kids like. They like those little finger skateboards, so you can purchase a finger skateboard, or a 3D printed dragon has been popular. My 3D printer at school has been printing 3D dragons 2 a day for 2 a day every day since the beginning of school. And so again, every time they see me in the hallway, they ask me, when is the store going to be open again? So they're working towards their point, and they know that they have that opportunity. So discipline has gone down just a little bit. We still have a few things that we need to address. But I think it's been a pretty good year so far. And I'm excited to be there.
Thank you so much. Well, for the first question.
Congratulations for taking on, that's their age, the kids are, they're adults, at the same time, they're still, like you said, they don't understand.
Right.
Wiggle skills and. It looks like you're working on that student self-awareness and the teacher accountability, like I told the other principals. I remember when I was in junior high, our incentives were the sock up, we used to call it the sock up. We're doing good, they let us have a dance, we get to play music.
It was at lunch.
And you probably went to school, you probably remember those days.
Yeah, sock up at lunch.
But that was because we did good in school, we get to, get an extra, listen to music, everybody brought their things, but it sounds like you're embracing this well. And another question I was just wondering about is 2 years enough for junior high? I remember, I don't know if we're the only district that only has 2 grades, or are they all?
No, there are other districts that have two, but
I mean,
most are three. Most are
But, so you only have 2 years to work with these guys, and then we hand them off to high school.
Right.
But I mean, that's a thought among us, or, just thoughts that I get in junior high. Junior high is a critical age. And that's where we have to embrace them and figure out where they're going. At that age, they either want to be a doctor or they want to be an electrician. They're already thinking about driving a car. They're thinking big, but they're still little kids. But if we can figure out a way to embrace their goals, so when they get to graduation, we'll get them there.
That really is the hard part for middle school, is some of our kids, because of where they live, and it's not only here, it's at every middle school that I've taught at, even in Texas. Some of our middle school kids go home and they are helping adult. Mom and dad are still at work, so they're taking care of little brothers and sisters, and so they're treated very adult-like at home. And then they come to school and their teachers and their administrators expect them to act like children. And so it's a tough age for them to mesh together. It is a tough age. And so that's where some of the disconnect happens. But if you can find that middle ground with them and connect with them, it really does matter at 7th and 8th grade levels.
Appreciate it.
Board members, anything else for Ms. Smith?
I agree with Mr. Neil regarding the funneling of all of our elementary schools here into a 2-year school. Challenging. That's just an aside. That's something that board is gonna have to talk about, because what gives them you when they get nice. The places they go takes a fine. This was the thing. So that means that the role of the elementary school is critical. Not forget someone to do all the other things they want to do, not just reading that. You'll enjoy. I don't see 7th grade. Is there a reason why we don't have 7th grade?
Yes, because when I started, I did not have access to the 7th grade data because they were 6th graders. So I did not have, when I built my plan early in the school year, I did not have access to their scores to build upon that. We are working with the 7th graders the same as we are working with the 8th graders, but my dash plan focuses simply on the 8th graders because of what I had available to me when I had to build my dash plan.
Explain to me again. When we've submitted our dash plans.
Yes, or in early September.
But they don't respond back. They don't indicate whether this plan needs to be improved or whether it's been satisfactory. How does that work? Because I know she'd be nervous if she didn't have 7th grade and she's turning it in and she knows I got 7th graders. Are they gonna say anything to me about it?
Well, and now that we're at the 60th day,
By the 60th.
she can go back and look at the beginning of year data and then the middle of year data from our STAR testing
And
and
update that.
build goals for them. Okay.
To answer your question, sir, that's where the district reviewer comes.
Okay,
So I did, while Ms. Graven was working on her certification, because I'm certified as a district reviewer, I returned Mount Taylor's dash plan because it didn't meet the set standards for it, and so I did comment on it, and the principal of Mount Taylor modified it to be pretty much compliant with whatever requirement.
And they do kick them back. And so
If they don't meet this set standard attached.
okay, it's just something that I didn't understand about how the state does and communicates,
Right.
all that stuff. And so we have to rely on our own internal resources to figure out, is the plan adequate? If it's not, then how do we get it better? She's saying that she didn't have the data to such a degree, but she had to turn it in anyway. So that means what Mr. White is saying is that she's able to now have data that shows she can begin to bring in the seventh graders in for planning for construction. That's
And she could, while she's doing her 30, 60, and 90 check-ins, she can always go back and modify her plans as data becomes available.
I didn't see a disaggregation by the various subgroups.
It was on the front page.
Was that? And what am I missing?
It was the one you got up for in the, maybe they printed it before.
I did not, I saw that.
It was on the, on the
Why
board.
wasn't in here?
the first time to the charts, first.
Can you bring
They
that up?
may have printed it.
That one.
That's the only one that didn't have.
Again,
I think we did miss that page.
yeah, I did it yesterday, so it
Oh, that's
probably
why.
got printed
That's
before.
why it did. Yes, ma'am. We'll
I
make
was-
sure that the
I was
board
still
gets
working
that.
on it even through yesterday, so that's probably why it got
I
missed in the
probably-
printout.
Pre-printed.
You probably pre-printed.
We'll make sure that it gets a copy.
Well-
Okay.
Thank you so much. Lisa.
I do, oh, sorry, Dr. Beck.
It's that you did it. That's commendable,
Thank you.
because it just gives you another picture
Right.
of your student population.
Exactly.
And so you kind of see where things are at. The other are the students with disabilities and the English learners.
Right.
So then you begin to see what characteristics, what patterns are starting to develop. And that's one of the important aspects of what we do, is to know our children in all different ways.
Exactly.
And so, and you say you have 200 seventh graders and 201 eighth graders, so that,
That's who was tested at the beginning of the year for the IMESA. So
right,
this data reflects the beginning of the year IMESA with both seventh and eighth. So that's who was tested. I have 449 students now in attendance at IMESA.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate you
Thank you.
being here. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do want to commend Mrs. Smith a little bit too. She's very safety minded. I know you board members know we had a situation at Los Alamitos 2 weeks ago. Mrs. Smith showed up to school and she's there with 400 kids and she wanted to get them all safe and keep them all safe and we ran the students through the metal detectors, which we don't have a policy for yet. And so I'm very appreciative that has motivated me to get a policy that will be coming to you all, so we can make sure that our kids are safe and that when they get to school they're safe. And we we navigated that situation together, and with our partners at Grants Police Department. Um, And we will get better and we will have better systems. So that kind of just shows that we're growing and our systems work is coming together. So
And I'd like to mention something on that is, it's a good thing. I was watching the news and Albuquerque's trying to get these systems and we just need to figure out a way to use them and implement policy. So I guess Albuquerque's gonna start putting some in their, I didn't know they didn't have any, and I was glad to hear that we have this. You know, do we only have it at Los Alamitos or do we have it in all?
we have them at all. We have, I think we have 15 of the metal detectors in the one.
For each site.
Each site.
So I guess you guys purchased them at some point. I don't remember purchasing those in our time, but that's good to know. that we have them.
I think we purchased them. Maybe our first, when you guys were first elected.
Yes, I think it was early on when we were bombarded with everything.
But we haven't had a policy, and
So
so
like I said, Albuquerque's looking into buying some. We already have them. We
I'm
just
glad we now have, and we're gonna be one of the first schools in the state to have a metal detector policy. So I'm
No, like I said,
excited.
I'm glad to hear that we're leading.
Say something
Of course.
about that. So as the new principal at Los Alamitos, I have always been very safety. Even as a teacher, I would teach my students on first day of school what we would do in case of an emergency. And so I made mistakes the other day, I did, all right, and I own those mistakes. I could have done things a little bit differently. But my thought was to keep all of my kids safe before they got into a classroom and before they got, and keep the teachers safe. And I asked teachers to do things that they didn't know why they were doing them, but they didn't kick back. They jumped right in and did exactly what I appointed them to do and asked them to do without question. They questioned me later because they were scared they had done something inappropriate, but I told them if anything was inappropriate, it was on my part, not theirs. All right, and so I appreciate that. And so yesterday I was watching some news on social media, and I'm not sure if you're aware, but 2 years ago, kindergarten or first grade teacher was shot by a 6-year-old who had brought a gun to school. All right, the assistant principal at the time was made aware by several people that that student had a gun in their backpack, but she was too busy making sure her testing was in order. She even testified in court that she fulfilled her legal obligation as the assistant principal because she was working on testing. Right, that teacher now went from a $60,000 a year job to $1 million. They awarded her $10 million because she was not taken care of, and that's not ever going to happen on my campus.
Thank you, Mary.
You're welcome.
Appreciate that.
Are you guys ready for elementary? Do you need a break?
We are. I know one board member stepped out for just a moment, but I know we are also running about 20
behind.
minutes. We're about
Yes.
20 minutes behind. We've been having good
This
conversations.
is not talk too much.
So, yeah. It might actually.
Mrs. Smith, did you hear me?
No, I'm
It was
sorry.
talking.
You talk too much.
It's talked too much. It was talking too much.
We're gonna knock these dual elementaries out together. I'm very excited. We're gonna talk about Blue Water. As you guys know, Blue Water and San Rafael they've had Mrs. Gaines as their principal for the last year. Mrs. Gaines is doing a great job of going between the two schools. This year we wanted to get her some support and help. So we hired head teachers at Blue Water and San Rafael, and we chose 2 excellent teachers that are working on their administrative licenses that are going to potentially be leaders in the district, leaders at other schools. At Blue Water, Miss Janaea Chavez was selected as the head teacher. She is 8 months into her internship. Yes, and we'll have her administrative license, after the first of the year. And is currently teaching 5th and 6th grade at Blue Water, but is also helping to manage all of the work there. At San Rafael, we hired Vanessa Marquez, who was a teacher at Milan, right? Yes, she was at Milan, and not to be confused with the other Vanessa Marquez that is at Los Alamitos. We have two Vanessa Marquezes, and so we are very excited and happy with how this system is working. Janaea Chavez is here today. She's going to present the dash plans for Blue Water and San Rafael. She needs intern hours. And so Danielle said, hey, why don't you go present this and I'll run the schools, and so she needs to be here to present, and she's been working very hard. I didn't realize that we hadn't given her synergy access. So this week we're working on
Really hard.
we're working to try to get her synergy access so she can be that leader at Blue Water when Danielle is at San Rafael. So Ms. Chavez, why not?
Morning, Board President Lee and Superintendent, Mr. Weiner and school board members. So let's start off with our Blue Water Elementary School dash plan. This is the overview of how we're going to support students in Blue Water. We are taking steps so that we can get to every child. With a small school, we have some interesting makeup of our classrooms from year to year, and so our data will kind of fluctuate and flow. Since there is maybe one class of 5, then the next year you have a class of 14. So those percentages, they could change at any moment. Right now at Blue Water, we have 61 students. One student is categorized as an English language learner, which is 2% of our school. Students on IEP, we have 13. That's 21% of our student population. For our Native American students, we have 21 students. And that's 34% of our population in Blue Water, and 100% qualify as low SES. If we look at the next slide, we have our dash plan goal. We did notice that our 3rd grade students have been struggling a little bit in the ELA. And as I told you, when you have a small group, you really have to make sure that you support students individually and you work with students very targetedly, so that we can make the difference. We noticed there was a decline in data from one year to the next. Right now, our data for the 24-25 school year showed that 33% of our students in the 3rd grade were entering at novice position with the New Mexico NMASA. Nearing proficient was 25%, proficient was only 25%, and our advanced students, we had 17%. So our goal this year is to try to get 3rd grade on track and raising that percentage by 7%. If you do compare it to our dash, we've had to make a correction. Our original dash plan had mentioned that there was a goal of moving from 40 to like 52. That was the previous year's data. So this one is the correct data. So 3rd grade, also to let you know the scope of what we have going on is a dual classroom. It's a 2nd and 3rd grade combo. And this is also helping the teacher balance her classroom. She's kind of new to the 3rd grade set. For the data that was in the past, there was a teacher that had been replaced. And that seems to be something that Principal Gaines has put in place, is come up with procedures at both of our schools for staff that is coming back. Anytime you have a brand new staff, you have to make sure that everything is set up for them to be able to take on those roles. And so that is part of our professional dash, is making sure that we support our staff. If you turn to the next page, we have our 2nd goal. Our 2nd goal is focused for our 4th grade math. And our 4th grade math shows that last year for NMASA, we had a 17% of our population in 4th grade had novice ratings, 33% were proficient, 50% were proficient, and advanced we had a 0 score. So of course we want all students to do well, We do want to see the growth goal for our novice students. One thing that we think we can do for something that can be recorded is getting an 8% increase, hopefully pushing some students into that proficiency range for that fifth grade. And again, you can see some of the plans that are listed, working with those students individually to support specific targeted needs. Since the classrooms, like I said, were very, very small, very few children. And Principal Gaines, her principal PDP, she wants to improve her instructional leadership. She would want to use, or is going to use, the Marzano framework, just like I said about using those rules and procedures on the campuses to make sure not only are staff aware, but the students are aware of the expectations. To make sure that we have the engagement in the classrooms, and she's going to measure it through walkthroughs. And hopefully by the end of the year, we'll see at least 10% of a decline in discipline referrals to the front office. And I think that's what we have for Blue Water. She does invite you to come out to our schools at any time to see what we're up to. Are there any questions for Blue Water data? On Blue Water? All righty, then if we could go ahead and skip forward to our San Rafael school site. And San Rafael's makeup, we have a small school out there. There's 43 students. Out of those 43 students, 4 are English language learners. That's a 9% of our population. Students that are on IEP, 11, which is 26%. Native American students, we have 8 students, which is 19% of our population, and then 100% qualify for the low SEN. Now, in San Rafael, we did notice it was a complete grade level band that needed support. Our 5th grade students in math, we have a pretty ambitious goal. We're asking that the proficiency go up by a 10%. Again, the classes are very small. That would be one student pushing into proficiency. That would be our bare minimum goal. Of course, overall, our goal is to move students. And this year we do have a new teacher in the 5th grade. She is Mrs. Marcus that is doing 6-6 combo. So supporting Ms. Marcus in, again, all those procedures, rules, and expectations, as well as making sure that our students are supported with that individual help. So there was a change in staff. There was a change in who was combination. And so this year we did say that they will be supported in math for a 10% goal. And if we switch to goal 2, 5th grade will also be supported in their ELA. The data right now is showing in their ELA, Nemaska last year was 60% of the students at that novice level. And that is a pretty big chunk of students that is struggling. So our goal is to get an 8% growth goal for ELA in 5th grade. Some performance challenges that we're addressing is making sure that the grade level curriculum is offered as well. So what we did notice with some of the combo classes, maybe the teachers needed the support and understanding when they have the dual credit, how the dual grading, to not rely on one grade versus the other so much, to make sure you're making a differentiated instruction for both sides. So that is another target, is making sure that those 5th grade have access to 5th grade material. And our last page is the principal PDP, which, you know, is the same PDP goal. Even if it is a different school, a different population, those expectations really need to be built across our staff. San Rafael has had quite a few teachers switch roles. Are there any questions?
Board members. Questions? I'm gonna just make a comment. You did amazing.
Thank you.
You did not appear nervous in the least, and you knew everything just hands down. Thank you very much, and best of luck going forward. Just my comment, but board members' questions.
Well, thinking to ask Mr. Dalton, what are the gaps, are they at a 3rd grade level, 2nd grade level? Are they right on target, or where are they from being?
So I can talk to you as being a teacher from my point of view of the data. I can't tell you exactly what the dash plan tells, but I can tell you that our overall STAR goals might look really good. And STAR lined up with objectives, sometimes even though they have all those nice pieces, they're a good indicator, but they're not gonna be something that you can jump in and say with absolute certainty that they completely match up. So what we're probably going to have to go back into to making sure, like, so with fifth grade specifically, they weren't able to have fifth grade content when we went through lesson plans. It looks like maybe there was some leaning on the fourth grade. It was fourth, fifth grade combo at the time. It's now fifth, sixth grade combo. And so just making sure that everything is lined up. That's that part of the procedures and making sure that, you know, everybody's on board with how we do things on these sites.
Dr. Archibald, Mr. Ortiz, anything?
We, are very glad to have Ms. Chavez at Blue Water. She, as you guys know, she's been at Los Alamitos, she's been at San Rafael, has proven herself as a great teacher. She's gonna be a great administrator too. So we're very excited that she's taking this jump, and she and Danielle are making a good team with Vanessa. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just-
Oh, you might have a question. Oh, I have a question.
I looked at, the challenges, and they're pretty much on the mark. Foundational literacy gaps, early comprehension and fluency, tries for everything else, third grade on it. Small testing groups, it's hard to do solid analyses when they're so small. Like maybe 3 or 4, so that's the problem. It's just the nature of what it is when you're trying to analyze data for small groups. They can fluctuate fairly quickly. And if you're changing structures, then that makes you have to rethink what is going to be the instructional program for combo classes, and to not overlook standards that that will be important for that grade level to learn, say fourth, fifth grade. What are the combinations again? What did you do?
So at
Yeah.
both sites, K1 is combo, both sites, 2, 3 is combo, then 4 is by itself, and then 5th and 6th is combo. And that really has to do with our numbers of our students
Great.
on most years.
I've seen it fluctuate. Yeah, but those are very important challenges that you guys noticed. Thank you. Sorry.
2017 was a good year to have children. Both fourth grades.
Well, 4th grade, learning.
We also have 2 sister schools that work together on the east side of the district. As you know, we have some new administrative changes there as well. We are talking about Cabarro and Cebolleta, 2 very different schools, but they're sister schools, so they do a lot of the things the same. This year we have a dynamic duo at Cabarro and Cebolleta. Our new principal is Mrs. Carrie Barron. She was hired this summer, and then Ms. Coles, who you guys know from her years of experience as a elementary principal and early college principal. Ms. Coles opted to go to those schools and help carry. We don't have head teachers there. We were trying to get head teachers there, and we sent Ms. Coles. And so Mrs. Barron and Mrs. Coles change roles daily. One of them's at Cabarro, one of them's at Cebolleta. Ms. Coles is also an experienced counselor, so she's helping counsel the kids there as well. And so, without further ado, we'll move on to Cabarro and Cebolleta, and I'll let Mrs. Barron come and talk about our schools.
Good morning, board members, superintendent. So this has been an interesting start for me this year, but I'm excited to talk about our schools. If, I'm just making sure Kara was the first one. So we have a total enrollment of 192 students at Cabarrus. 17 of those are English language learners. 38 are IEP students. We have 161, Native American students, and then 192 low socioeconomic background. So as you can see, we have 100% of our students that are low socioeconomic. If you look at the next page, so I did look at the IMEXA scores, partly because I'm new and wanted to know exactly where we started at the beginning, so that we can use that to move forward, and then we can get a baseline in the middle of the year and see. So if you look at our scores, there's a pretty large discrepancy between our third graders being not proficient and our sixth graders being not proficient. Usually you see the gap, the other way around. So usually you have your kids should be getting lower as they move up through grades, but instead they're progressing. I know we've had some teacher changes, and so, to be honest, I'm getting my feet wet trying to figure out where our strengths and weaknesses are, looking at data and working with teachers to target that instruction based on classroom needs and then student needs as well. So that's kind of where we're at. As you can see, we had 33% of fourth graders not proficient, and then we have 19 of fifth and sixth. So like I said, it's really odd to see that those scores got better as we went, but that hopefully that will continue to be the case. Our goal, or my goal, is to see an increase in third grade of students on target. Oh, sorry, I think I'm on the wrong page because these are back to that. I printed it. Okay, so let's go back to goal one. So I would like to see 40% of our third graders score on or near target. It's a pretty high goal, but I'm hoping we can get there considering 68%. The reason I didn't put the goal on target is because it gives us a little more leeway, but our goal is that our kids are nearing where they need to be or on target. And so 70% of fourth graders, and like I said, kind of ambitious goals, but I'm hoping we can get there, and I think that we can. I have, a great staff working with students, and like I said, we're concentrating on data and where to go to target that instruction to see those increases in scores. And because our scores were fairly high, I'd like to see 90% of fifth graders and 95% of our sixth graders, considering we only had 19% that were not proficient. So going on to our math goals. I would like to, I did these as far as on target scores. So 30% on target for math, 20% for fourth grade, fifth grade, 60%, and then sixth grade, I would like to see 50%. All of those would be on target scores. And so those are what I would like to see in math. And like I said, we're looking at data, talking about those in PLCs, trying to determine where our weaknesses are as far as whole group, and then targeting instructions for those students that are still struggling. So as far as my PDP goes, is I want to strengthen instructional support systems with PLCs and coaching and walkthroughs and giving teachers feedback on where, we can make the most impact with our students, whether it be small group or, so at Cabarrus, we have anywhere from 15 to 18 students in a class. My largest class is a first grade that's 20 students at the time. But we do have a K1 split because our kinder and our first grade were so large. And so, my kinder and first grade still are my largest groups at the campus. But the other grade levels, we have 2 second grade teachers, 2 third grade, 1 fifth grade, and, 2 sixth grade. So I would like to see a 20% increase in targeted instruction using Marzano elements, which we are talking about in PLCs as well. And so I'm trying to ensure use of Marzano and how we're going to implement it. We're talking about that in PLCs and what that looks like in their classrooms. And looking at some of our, how we want to disaggregate with our priority standards and proficiency scales in that area as well. I want to improve campus culture, that regular collaboration. I'm trying to come up with a way to have PLCs maybe once a month where I have my lower grades together and my upper grades together, because it's hard to do a PLC when you have one teacher and there's no collaboration. So that's something I'm kind of working on, is trying to find a better way that my teachers can be together and collaborate. So, and then also I would like to increase some more community interaction in our school, and, you know, just get them involved a little bit more. And so we have done some things like our trunk or treat, and this week we're having our veterans program and things like that. So those are some of my goals, is coming in as a new principal at the campus, learning the campus, learning teachers, learning how things run. So I've spent a lot of time kind of sitting back and observing, but now we're kind of jumping in and trying to make things run more efficiently and just improve scores and make sure that teachers feel safe and engaged in learning. So Yetta is a small campus. So we have 24 students enrolled at Sovieta. 3 of those are English language learners. We have 6 IEP students, 15 Native American students, and then of course 24 students are low socioeconomic students. At Sovieta, I have a K-1-2 split. We only have 1 kindergartner, so it kind of makes it kind of difficult. And then I have a 3-4 split and a 5-6 split. And so, then, you know, kind of observing, walking through classrooms, spent some time with some of the kids in the 6th grade, 5th grade, 6th grade. We made slime. That was interesting. Mine didn't turn out, so I was like, I did something wrong. I don't know how to do science experiments apparently, but he had integrated math and science, and they were really excited, and it was a really fun experience. So the data at Sovieta is 100% of our 3rd graders scored on or near target. So I was pretty impressed with that, considering that, you know, most of the kids at Sovieta have been there since kindergarten. So they're moving on up through the school. So I was pretty impressed to see that they were on or near target. And that's, you know, it's really nice to see, because then we can build on that instead of having to try to get us up to where we are on target. And so that's, and these scores, like I said, these kind of vary. You've got 50% of 4th grade so that are not proficient. So we went down 50% in our 4th grade students, and then 25% of 5th grade students are not proficient. And the reason I have it delineated that way is because I didn't have not proficient on the 3rd grade score. So that's when we have 100% on or near, but the other ones are for not proficient. And then 100% of 6th grade students scored near or on target. So we went back up in 6th grade. And like I said, most of these kids have been there their whole education career so far. So my goals are pretty much the same, as to see some increases in scores and targeting instruction. That is something I spent a good amount of time when we in PLCs with them, is how to target instruction and work in small groups, so that as she said before, me, that we need to make sure that they are hitting, kinder and first curriculum as well, or first and second, so we're not just hitting the middle and getting, third and fourth grade, so we talked a lot about that in small groups and how that should look. They have third and fourth are very small, but we have 6 kids in both grade level. And so once again, you've got 3 kids and 3 kids. And as you can see, I think their scores are improving, and I think that they'll continue to improve as they learn strategies, and they're kind of, using the Marzano strategies, which are also the goals that I have in my PDP. I'm hoping to see those kids reach on or near target. On target is my goal, of course, for 100% of the students, that if we can see increases in their scores and get most of them to on or near, my opinion, since I listened to someone speak once and they talked about how we put kids in a grade level, but they're not really necessarily that grade level. So we may have a classroom of 15 kids, but one of them is on second grade
Recording
level.
stopped.
You're 6th graders.
Gonna have you pause for
Okay.
just a second, because we have to keep that going. Hopefully the guys are refreshing it. Let me make sure.
Okay.
You know any jokes?
Yeah, but they're not very good jokes. They're not bad, not dirty jokes, they're just not good jokes.
I have a joke for you.
All right.
Why should you be nice to your dentist? So they don't hurt your feelings.
That's a good one. Yeah, I'm not a very good joke teller either, so I usually end up messing up the punchline. I'm like, oh yeah, wait a minute, I wasn't supposed to say all that.
When I was an elementary principal, they would send the kids down to help me do the morning announcements, right? And so the kids would always have a lunch song for the day. Haley, you guys could roll some of this out. Like yesterday, we had nachos last night for our board meeting. Dr. Martin was the nacho man.
I have a coffee.
Recording in progress.
Oh, we don't want our jokes on the
No
camera.
more jokes, okay.
Or Dr. Martin singing. Dr. Martin's very talented.
I know he is.
We're good to go, we're good to go, we're good to go.
Okay. So as I was saying,
Thank you, ma'am.
I reflect on that a lot. The person that I heard speaking about how we put kids in a grade level, but that's just the number on the door. That's just the number outside the door. Or that's just the number, you're a 5th grader. So I reflect on that a lot when I'm thinking about Cibola, because we do have different grade levels in that classroom, plus we have all of those students. So we're trying to come up with a way to make sure that we are targeting all of those students' needs and hitting those skills that they may lack, or, as a whole in the classroom. I think, I do know that my teachers, even though they have a low number of kids, they still have to plan for every subject plus both grade levels. So, that's something that they have done a good job of as well. They turn in their lesson plans to me. I was very proud to see that they are, in fact, targeting and have lesson plans for both grade levels. So for my math goal, I would like to see 3rd grade increase to 20% on target. Since we had 100%, And then fourth grade, 15% on target, fifth grade, 10, and sixth grade, 10. So, we are, as I said, using the Marzano framework and strategies in our PLCs and looking at data and discussing ways that we can better target instruction for those kids being in split grade levels. And my PDP goals are the same for both campuses. Any questions?
Thank you again for giving us the grace during that.
That's okay.
Couple of minutes.
You missed the joke. It wasn't my joke. This is Mr. Reiner's joke.
Uh-oh, I missed
We had a joke and a song.
something. And a song. Be glad I wasn't here to sing.
I'm just glad y'all didn't ask me to sing. I always say, I wish I could sing.
But I do not have to for it. There we go. Board members, questions?
Question.
No, you're welcome aboard.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm enjoying being here. Love campuses, love both campuses. We had Thanksgiving lunch at, so we got to go to bed and that was nice because all of the kids were in there with all of their parents, the whole school. We had Thanksgiving lunch together, so that was really,
And you got my email before the lunch, right?
yes.
Excellent, excellent.
Yes, I did. Thank you very much.
And it'll be in the new, those are great boots.
Thank you. You get to see a girl out of Texas, but you can't
Come show them your
take the
boots.
Texas out of the girl.
Oh, I love those. Fun.
Um, yeah, it'll be in the newsletter, but you guys had your lunch quick.
Yes, we did.
All right, are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right. You had a question? Okay, Dr. Guy has a question for you.
Yes, yes, yes.
It's more of an observation.
Okay.
Um, I do appreciate that you have every grade identified in your plan. 3, 4, 5, 6. And that your goals are also associated with that. That makes it easier for you to revise your plan for the coming year. Because you're looking at each one of them. You did mention at the beginning your goal 1 and goal 2. And you have 17 ELs, 38 to work. And virtually all of the kids are economic disadvantage. So that I just understand what it is that you're doing. Because it's very simply stated, and that's sometimes useful for persons coming in for the very first time. You're learning to use new ways of measuring school performances. That's one of the things I noticed.
Yes, and all of the students are included in those scores. All the subgroups of students are included. So,
Have you received the full report on the MASA data?
I have. But as like they said before, I didn't have that when I did this, and I do have it now, and we've looked at it as a campus, and we're using that as well to target our instruction. And also, I based my plan on the beginning of the year being new, kind of where we started, since I felt like I didn't have any impact on the NSS scores of the year. So this is kind of where we started and where I want to go. But yes, our goal, of course, is to always increase scoring in this as well.
What would you, see, back to your percentages. In terms of the backgrounds of your kids. Vast majority of them are native.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank
Some
you.
more, but,
Thank you.
all I'm saying is that one of the difficult things for us is to see the whole of all the schools,
Mhm,
and every school has its own way of presenting the data.
mhm.
And so sometimes simpler is easier for us to really understand.
Right.
So as you go along, you may become more elaborate.
Yes, yes, and I am looking at the subgroups, and especially because we have a large SPED population.
You have a large
How our SPED,
population.
yes, how our SPED students are
Yeah.
becoming.
More to say, but not, thank you.
Again, thank you so much for your time today.
Thank
Sorry?
you.
Thank you.
What do we need?
You should at least-
Dr. Martin doesn't have Mesa View. I don't know if you have it either.
I do,
You do have it?
I do.
Do
I
you,
will share it with Dr. Martin. How
Or-
about that?
Thank you.
board members, we are almost on time.
But we're not gonna not hear from Miss Brownfield.
No, I'm just gonna ask,
She's been waiting so patiently.
would you like to step in and grab some food? There is lunch here. You could probably eat during Kayla's talk. She probably wouldn't judge.
I won't mind.
There is lunch here, and we can. You guys can step out.
Eat in.
Do you wanna
eat and
take-
Listen,
Do you need a,
but can we chew and listen?
do you need a bathroom break?
Board members,
I think we need to accommodate.
Yes.
Excellent.
I am. Come on up, ma'am, after.
Miss Brownfield.
I won't take up too much time. But Mr. Widener will give you a stellar invitation and introduction as he has given
I will.
everybody else.
I absolutely will. As you all know, last year we were shifting gears, right? And so we shifted some of our people. We took one of our best math teachers out of the classroom, but we're excited because she's going to be a great administrator. And so I'm very pleased that Miss Brownfield is currently working on her licensure to get her administrative license. She's in a dean of students role, meaning that she gets to do all of the work and once she's licensed, she'll be the assistant principal. But she is at Mason View Elementary School with Mr. Jackie Sanchez. They are working together. Batman and Robin at that school. They are working very hard. And they're in the process of getting their new school, which is right on the horizon. And they're dealing with a very old building and old building problems and they're learning how to put out fires and charge the storm. So without further ado, it is my pleasure for Miss Kayla Brownfield to present.
Good afternoon now, members of the board, Madam President Lee, Superintendent Widener. Thank you very much for visiting with me this morning to talk about my school. As he said, I was in the classroom for 13 years, and this is a big change. For all 13 of those years, I taught some form of middle school math. And so I now, with the littles, and I was sitting there, I realized I had glue on my pants, so that is
an occupational hazard these days. But I love it, and I am very, very grateful for the opportunity that I have to be at Mesa View Elementary and to now be a Viking. I thought that being in the classroom was rewarding, but oh my goodness, what it is like to be an administrative role in these positions. We have 467 students. Of those 467 students, 28%, 28 students, 6% are English language learners. 21% of our students, 100 of them, are on an IEP, and that number is actually growing. So we're working really hard to follow the MLSF process, follow the SAP process as is now our procedure. It's great that we have that procedure in place now. It's been incredibly helpful so that we are not over-identifying students, that we're really strengthening our tier 1 instruction so that we are making sure that all students are receiving quality instruction and that we're effectively identifying our special education students so that they are getting the services that they actually need, and we're not spreading our special education teachers too thin with students who could be exited. So we're working really, really hard in our special education department. 216 of our students, 46% are Native American students, 164 are Navajo, 34 are Acoma, 12 are Laguna, 3 are Zuni, and 3 are identified as other. And 100% of our students are students from low socioeconomic backgrounds. So we have some really big concerns coming up for our students. As things are happening in the state, we have concerns about SNAP benefits. We are fixing to send our kids home for a week without school breakfast and school lunch. And then 3 weeks after that, we're going to send them back out for 2 weeks without school breakfast and school lunch because we have those long breaks coming up. So to address that, we are building a community pantry for our students that focuses on giving them food, meals in a bag that can be prepared without anything besides just add water, as well as hygiene products. And so we're really pushing that. Our students are going to make donations. They're working on commercials as we speak, so we can post those to promote our school pantry because we're really worried about our kiddos coming up. And we all know that if they are not safe and they are not safe at home and they are not stable at home and those needs are not being met, we're not going to learn. So our dash plan kind of goes out the window. So we're really working to address that and really address school safety and making sure that our students are welcomed and all of their needs are met while they are on our campus. So to dive into our dash plan, we had a very similar situation to Terry. Mr. Sanchez and myself, neither one were on this campus last year. In fact, we were both on secondary campuses for the entirety of our careers. And so we came in and we had a lot to learn about what it was like to be in an elementary school. It is very, very different. It is a whole new world, and oh my goodness, the love those kindergartners will give you. I also have 2 runners, so I get my workout every single day. So we built our dash plan based off of what was already there for us and kind of building on those goals and wanting to progress the data that we had in front of us at the time. And that's not to say that our goals are not good goals, but there's a lot going on at our school. And so our dash plan goals are mathematics based, both of them. And we very firmly believe that all teachers are reading teachers. So if our math scores go up, our reading scores are going to go up as well. Through these mathematics goals, we are addressing our population. We are working really hard, like I said, to strengthen tier 1 instruction. And then from that, our tier 2 instruction is going to be much more focused, and we're going to see a lot of growth from our students. We are seeing a lot of growth from our students. We've incorporated a lot of Marzano strategies, so we have a lot of shifts in our classrooms going from compliant to engaged. And Mr. Sanchez and I have both spent a lot of time in classrooms, identifying areas of growth, working very hard on very specific students and putting names and faces instead of just numbers to this data. So our first goal is for our 4th graders. Currently, we have 2% advanced, 2 students, 2% advanced, 8 students are proficient, that's 13%, and then 47% nearing proficient. Everybody else would be below that. Those numbers are big numbers. They're not numbers that we want to see. And so we're working really hard to address that. So our 4th grade this year is departmentalized so that we have the teachers that we need in the places that we need them. And so if students are rotating through classes, they have One teacher for ELA, they are split into 3 groups. They have one teacher for math and one teacher for science and social studies, and then they have a homeroom that they go to for intervention time, and that intervention time is becoming much more targeted for what those students need. We have a great 4th grade team. They're really collaborative, and so if we have students who need more support in reading, they rotate through the hall for the specific intervention. And then if they need extra help in ELA, whatever the case may be. And so we're working to get that mathematics goal met. So by the end of the 2025-2026 school year, we are hoping, our goal is that the percentage of 4th grade students scoring at the proficient or advanced levels on the NAMASA math assessment will increase from 15%, 9 of our students, to 25%. Progress towards the NAMASA summative goal will be measured using the IMASA benchmark, which will come up again for us next month, and individual classroom assessments. By the end of Q2, data will show a 5% increase in student performance, and by the end of the school year, scores will demonstrate an additional 5% increase, resulting in a total 10% growth in students moving out of the nearing proficient and novice levels into those advanced and proficient levels. The expectation is that at least 5 students will demonstrate growth on NAMASA at each benchmark, moving up 1 or more performance level from their baseline rank. So we are working, like I said, really hard in the 4th grade, and our second goal is for 5th grade math proficiency as well. And so what we're seeing is that we have kiddos who, right now, we don't have the bulk. Like we don't have the teach to the middle group. We have students who know and students who don't know. And so our teachers are really working to fill that gap because it's a big gap. One thing that is nice is that Mr. Sanchez and myself are both secondary math teachers. And so a lot of those math strategies are starting to come into play in our PLCs, in our conversations with teachers, in our conversations with kids. Our second goal is for 5th grade. Right now we have 2 students, 3% of our 5th grade advanced, 6 students, 10% proficient, 19 students, 32% nearing proficient, and then 50% of our students are novice or needing support. So by the end of the 2025-26 school year, the percentage of 5th grade students, scoring at the proficient or advanced levels in the NAMASA math assessment will increase from 14%, it's actually 13%, 8 students, to 25%. Hopefully higher than that. Progress towards the math assessment goal will be measured using IMASA benchmark assessments and individual classroom assessments. By the end of Q2, we'll see a 5% increase and then another 5% increase by the end of the year. So a total of 10%. That's actually a total of 12%. Moving out of the near proficient and novice levels. So the expectation is that at least 5 students will demonstrate growth on the NAMASA at each benchmark, moving up 1 or more performance levels from the baseline mark. As far as Mr. Sanchez's PDP, mine is also the same. So we collaborated on this so that we would be on the same page and would be working towards the same goals. So the first goal is in instructional leadership and engagement. And between the 2 of us, by the end of the year, we will be conducting weekly walkthroughs of 100% of classrooms, providing actionable feedback within 48 hours, and facilitate monthly coaching sessions with all teachers through PLCs, documented in Bullseye to improve instructional quality and student engagement. And that is using the Marzano strategies. We did meet with Jen in her first walkthrough, and she was incredibly helpful in her strategies that she gave us and what she saw was going on in our classrooms and where we needed to go so that we were moving from compliance to engagement. We did have a big conversation about not being ready for scales just yet, but really working on that engagement piece. And when we are working on that engagement piece, we're also working on that attendance piece with our kiddos. And we have seen some great attendance so far this year. We're struggling on Fridays a bit, and so we're working on incentives to get our kids in school. But we are seeing major improvement in attendance. Goal 2 is site management, facility safety, and culture. So the goal is to ensure daily operational oversight and maintain a safe, inclusive campus by completing daily management checks, supervising custodial operations, and resolving 100% of work orders within 10 days through May 2026. I will say that our campus has an incredible custodial staff. We were not fully staffed, and we brought 2 great custodians on. One of our custodians is Mr. Abel Marietta, who retired from Where did you retire from? Thank you. Mine went totally blank. And now he is on our campus and he has such great relationships with our students. He works so hard, but he is like our site grandpa and our kids love to see him come in. We also have Diana, who works for us in the morning and in the afternoons, ensuring that our pickup and drop off routines are very safe. And that her addition has been great as well. For professional learning communities, our goal is to lead weekly PLCs that integrate dash plan priorities, Marzano strategies, and data-driven instruction with 100% teacher participation and documented outcomes by May 2026. Those meetings are student focused and we do not look at numbers so much as we look at kids. And we look at those kids and what are they needing right now. And sometimes it is they need support in math, and sometimes it is they need counseling or they need food or they need to have a conversation so that they are reminded that they are safe. And all of those things contribute to our students academically growing. Both boards, instructional support and external collaboration participate in 100% of Marzano site visits and provide follow-up instructional support to teachers within 5 days of each visit through May 2026. We did share Jen's first visit, that data with our staff. We had conversations with our staff about what we needed to do, and her visit was invaluable. It was great to have an outside set of eyes on our classrooms and on our kids and on our team and seeing what Mr. Sastras and I are doing. And then the last one is professional conduct and ethical standards. Model exemplary professional conduct by adhering to GCCS policies and New Mexico ethical standards daily with 0 compliance violations and consistent positive staff feedback through May 2026. There's a lot of new policies and procedures in our district, but we are very grateful for them. They are helping us become a stronger team. They are helping us get everybody on the same page and be there for our kids. And so we are very grateful for those new policies and procedures. And we are very committed to communicating with the staff and having those conversations, having hard conversations in some instances, but making sure that what is happening on our campus is the right thing to happen on campus. That's the end of me talking. What questions do you have for me?
Thank you. Our next questions from Ms. Brown.
How is recovery? Are we getting it back on track?
It's a process. But we are seeing a lot of student growth. And back this morning, I had a conversation with our 4th grade team about one specific student who's on an IEP. And he is struggling academically. But what we looked at was we pulled him in, we pulled all of the data, we pulled his accommodations, we talked about instructional strategies, and then we looked at his data. And so he is recovering. He had scored, I believe it was an 852 on STAR, which was below grade level at the beginning of the year. And then his STAR assessment, he was scoring, the last one that he took yesterday was a 1054. And so he grew into grade level. And so it is happening slowly, but it is happening through very specific student targeted conversations and looking at what is good teaching. Good teaching is good teaching, and what is going to be good for this student. If we do this for this student, all of the students are going to benefit. And so we are seeing a lot of growth. It's just a slow process, and it's taking a lot of time and a lot of conversations and a lot of throwing spaghetti at the wall, and eventually something is sticking.
Just a comment, I like your 5 goals. School goals.
Or if there's anything else from Ms. Brown.
You looked over the start date,
I have looked over this.
and what have you included from the start date?
Our students aren't where we want them to be yet. And I think that that's district-wide. It was certainly at my previous school and it's at this school now. But I do see that we have the right people on our team to get our students where they need to be. And it's just a matter of showing up every single day and putting in those interventions in place and sticking to them. And I do feel like we have a team that is monitoring that closely and working really hard, nose to the grindstone, to make sure that our students are getting what they need.
Like, you have 4th and 5th grade.
Yes.
What's the situation with 3rd grade and 6th grade?
3rd grade and 6th grade are in very similar situations. 3rd grade is the first year that those students take that assessment, and We had 0% proficient in third grade this year. And then sixth grade, very close data to the fourth and fifth grade. We stuck with the goals that we had and wanted to build on them because we were new to the school and dash plans are due pretty early in the year. I think that now that Mr. Sanchez and I have been there so long, we're gonna stick with these goals and make sure that that growth takes place, but that we're focusing on all students. And our goals will probably change at the end of the year now that we've had some more time on our goals.
That also means you're gonna be examining the at-risk groups that we typically know, the English learners, these disabilities.
Yes, sir.
To
We have some new
address those.
curriculum for our ELLs that we're getting ready to put into place and roll out. We have a lot of tools for our ELL students, including some great features on our smart boards that we're able to use with them. Our special education students, we're working really hard to exit the students who we can and identify the proper interventions for our students who do need to be on IEPs. And then 100% of our students are low socioeconomic, so we're making sure that their needs are met outside of school so that we can meet their academic needs in school. And then we work really closely with Mr. Waldo with our Native American students as well to make sure that attendance is good, to make sure that we have communication with those families, that we're honoring their culture, and that we're incorporating as much as we can into our classrooms every day.
I noticed that some of the results you had not disaggregated by ethnicity or these others. It's mostly just basically on whether they were proficient or not proficient at different levels.
But we've identified not just what groups they are, but specific students and what specific students need in our PLC conversation. And in specific conversations before school, after school, during prep time with our grade level teams.
What I noticed was on page 3 of 7 on your plan, you described the hard knowledge concerns, content knowledge, and you actually break down the standards in math.
Right. And we look at what areas students need so that we can really target those interventions and make sure that our grade level instruction is scaffolded to fill those gaps.
And that's important for us to see is it educates the board on what it is that children are supposed to learn, say, in mathematics.
Yes.
And why it is very challenging for them. And we have only 2% who are advanced. We have 15% who are proficient in first grade.
Right.
And you know that there's, as you say, there's a sizable percent who are not.
Correct. Creates a key shift in standards. We go from whole number operations to rational number operations, and it's a big task for fourth grade. So we're working to make sure that the teacher has the tools that she needs to be able to teach that to those students.
I think if you follow up on all the performance challenges that you were mentioning, I think that's not massive for your focus.
Yes, sir.
Sustaining gaps, particularly prior knowledge.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You don't know your basics. It's difficult.
Absolutely. So we're working really hard, not just with the groups that are mentioned in our dash plan, but also with the lower levels so that they go to those grades that are tested with a strong foundation so that those rational number shifts become less of a bear for those.
So this is just an aside. She brought up the issue of lower grades, K through 2, learning to read. Supposedly you get to third grade, you're supposed to be reading to learn. But we still have prior knowledge issues both in English and in mathematics.
And we have third graders who have not learned to read yet. And it is a challenge for those teachers because they are shifting to bigger comprehension standards. And so those teachers are working really hard in small group instruction with the use of our inclusion teacher, who pushes into those classrooms and to make sure that those student needs are met so that they do learn to read
And then they do have the skills that they need for math, because reading comes up in every subject. Vital.
And so finally, is that dash plans only look at grades 3 through 8. Right? They do not look at K through 2. That's our responsibility as the school district, is to say, what is it we're doing with the K through 2 kids, because their performance is critical for third grade
Yes,
and on up.
yes, sir.
So we should not think that dash plans and what we're talking about here is actually a comprehensive view of all that we are supposed to be doing in the school.
Well, everything that happens prior to our goals in the dash plan is vital to accomplishing the dash plan goals, but also our dash plan goals are setting the grades beyond that up for success. And so we really see that vertical alignment piece is just vital to the success of our students. The numbers are great to look at, but these are our kids and their successes, and it starts from the second they walk in our door until they walk that stage.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you so very much. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Looking forward to hearing more you from your school side. We'll be back.
Thank you, Ms.
very
Brown.
much.
So I guess if we have Batman and Robin at Mesa View, we have Superman and Wonder Woman at Milan. As you know, Mr. Gutierrez has been our principal at Milan the last year and a half. He was kind of doing it solo after Mrs. Gaines moved out to Blue Water, and we're very happy to find him a partner, find somebody that could work with him, and found a great candidate who has been with our district before, is very knowledgeable about how our district works, and very knowledgeable with special education, instructional leadership, and we're very glad that Mrs. Prendergast came back home. And so, without further ado, here to present Milan's plan is Mr. Gutierrez and Mrs. Prendergast.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam President. School board members.
Good afternoon.
Superintendent. It is. So we're invited to present some data. I was kind of unclear of like how in depth we need to go, because there's been a lot of stuff that we have not even gotten to touch base with as each other. As soon as she's gone to the position, get the ground running. But all the things that Mr. Whiter did allude to is a lot of the things that we look for in our schools is finding people and teachers and things that complement each other's strengths, like kind of like assessing strength finder stuff, and every nook and cranny that I am weak in, she fills. So it's kind of like, it's amazing. It's amazing to work with people that you just click. Miss P has been nothing but amazing at our school. Like sometimes I'm like, man, you're carrying the load. Like let's listen. But she's so knowledgeable. It's the passion that she has for our school. So again, like when we do these things, the reason why we're both here, because it's got to be both of us here. We do things all together. When one of us is gone, we still take care of business. So I wanted to choose our dash plan kind of based on what was asked of us to do. And our dash plan has to be developed by what is previously happening, right? I'm going to get into a couple slides like in a minute that kind of gives us the reason and the whys we will develop our dash plan. But in our school in Milan population, we have 429 students enrolled this year. IEP students, there's 125 students, which is 29% population of our school. Looking into how things have been done, there's some kids that should be exited. We're trying to fix the parts that we see that are broken. Our idea is not to have as many kids as you can on IEPs, it's to get them off. And that's when it leads into the trickle effect when we get into our PLCs of why we do our PLCs. And that's to be able to identify and what we've been at our PLCs is educating our staff foundationally. You know, how to identify, how to catch it, the process of what MLSS does, the process of what SAT is, because everyone's so confused in our generation of teachers. It's just different on what is expected from veteran teachers, when we did it, it was just kind of, it was already there and we just integrated. Now it's kind of like, I have no clue what that is. So going back into our ELL students, that were identified, 17 students. Let's go upstairs, that low socioeconomic, students, we're calling school 100% free food. So that's kind of how that calculation was there. So I also wanted to kind of give like a population chart because some of us are visual learners. And we are both one of them. We both said, can we make a picture? Because I don't understand words. But when looking at this other 429 students, 83 students Native American, 86 are considered Anglo-Caucasian, 243 Hispanic. We have 16 students that are African American and 2 Asian students. So we're pretty diverse in that. I also wanted to break down kind of our Native American population of the 82, 66 are Navajo, 8 are Laguna, and 9 are considered Acoma. What our data shows us from our dashboard and how we kind of come around to understanding what our goals are. In 2024-25, Milan Elementary students were asked to increase overall proficiency of an average of 10 to 11% per assessment period. That's the middle of the year, end of the year. And it's hard to put percentage on students because students are percentages. They're actual numbers because we can't say 22 and a half a student. So when we look at these things, the percentages are something we shoot for, but also care along how many students that is. So the idea of past history and past performance, 10 to 11% of students would be 5 to 6 students per grade level. When you look at us from how third through eighth grade are the ones that are doing our proficiency on the NMASA, but 3rd through 6th over here, we wanted to do as a school-wide kind of a cohort ensuring, because if you look at it and say, well, we want 3rd grade to be 50%, this one would be third, like we just rose the bar for everyone. And doing so, the end of our year last year, because I did the dashboard last year, it was me mostly by myself when Miss Gaines left. But even trying to show her what it looked like for a dash plan is my goal is 40%. On a scale from 0 to 100, 40% isn't great. But from the years past, like 30%, 25% wasn't great either. So my goal is to get to these little chunk marks and make small victories. And again, it takes for a system and process to work consistently 3 to 5 years. Last year, I wouldn't call so consistent, but we made things happen. So our goal was 40% on ELA. Our goal in math was 30%. Again, after listening to Brownfield, it's a district-wide, it's a statewide epidemic of math is not mathing, and what we come down to on those things is when you don't have a set curriculum, you don't have vertical alignment, you don't have years to adjust and align, you're teaching apples to oranges and expecting watermelons. It's just not going to show. So I did want to share our spring data. As a school, we were 41.2% proficient in ELA. When looking back in the past, and it's huge. If you look at the chart there, 49% of the novice needs support. But if you look at the green and blue, that is the ones that are proficient, who are proficient and advanced. 35 kids throughout the school were advanced. At the beginning of the year last year, we had, during the IMASA data, 0% proficient in certain grade levels. And at the end of the year, they all met their 40% goal that we had. In math, again, it wasn't what we wanted to, but I understand, and we've understand, try to kind of identifications of what we're doing and what's needs to change. But when bringing data, I also wanted to show y'all there's more to it of trying to understand it. So I don't know if you could click on them, Dr. Martin. Nope, the 3-year back. Click the link. Click the link.
Oh, click the link.
Yes. I embedded our spreadsheet of, you have to dig down to data. We haven't even barely scratched the surface. We barely haven't even tried to segregate data into separate. Is that opening?
No.
Oh, great. I just checked it.
Update your browser.
But it could be because they're on the slide, if you escape it normally.
Well, no, let me see my shirts now tomorrow.
No, because I just have to be.
This is a big browser.
Well, what I wanted to show on there was a breakdown of 3-year progress.
Share it with Dr. Martin
I just shared it with you.
directly.
And during that 3-year progress, you have to take years of kind of trends of what's going on. And when I look from 2000 and I guess it'd be 2022 to 23, if you look at our 3rd grade data, our goal, like we've slowly risen. The year before I got in here, we rose, but if you look at like what we did this last year, it's huge. So good on me. So this is our data for as a school wide. But if you click on the 3rd grade, I kind of broke it down ELA, math. But when you look at it, you can see the trends of from the left being the early years and to the right, what we did last year. You know, it kind of helped me kind of be ambitious of what our goal should be, right? Yes, there's different obstacles this year that we've identified. We've spent every week PLCs creating like PD of what teachers need. We've learned a lot of our teachers are non-traditional, they are international teachers, or they are just new generation teachers. And we understand that. And so our thing is, instead of being like, you need to do this, we're asking, what do you need from us that you don't know? It's like asking kids. If you've tried to ram things down kids' throats a lot of times, they're not going to tell you. It's the same as teachers. We treat our teachers as our students. Like something huge is we're trying to help them grow as educators.
We're trying to fill their skill gaps, like we're expecting them to fill the skill gaps for our students. And we're finding that there may be a little bit more gappage than we initially thought. And I would almost wish for additional PLC days because it's just jam packed with info that they need.
And these are a lot of times where we have both tag team the PLCs, but more of I kind of have been having this, you know, P be the leader of the instructional coaching because our teachers, our students, they need coaching.
They need classroom management, they need intervention, they're not sure on how to identify a skill gap and then provide an intervention and then follow it along the way. Even down to SMART goals and writing their PDPs or goals for students and in their plans.
And these are a lot of things that we assume.
Yeah.
Same time as a teacher, you assume students should know your 3rd grade mastery. Same thing, assume as teachers, we assume they understand their standards. And the big thing is, so looking at these again, you look at our ELA and it's great to see our ELA. The hard part and the thing that we swallowed is we need to do something in our math. Both of us and some of us being math teachers, math isn't just like you get it over time and there's a connection, there's a transgression that it builds. And I'm hearing what Ms. Brownfield said, like when you get to 4th to 5th grade, those standards change. I looped from a 4th to 5th grade class and I'm like, who was your teacher? But I was me. And you look, she did it too, but at the same time, that's when I stopped saying, you can't point fingers at teachers. You cannot look back and say, that teacher, it's saying, what do I do now? Where are these gaps? Where are these PLCs, these PDs we could fill and ensure that teachers teaching and best teaching practice gaps are fit.
But there are some curriculum issues there that go along with those gaps. You know, we need to adopt some new curriculum, get all of our teachers off the same thing where we have the curriculum ready to go at start of year, give them PD on how to deliver that efficiently.
And even conversation with other principals is we do have people that hop schools. And if you're not using the same curriculum, you're losing time. You know what I'm saying? If it's something standardized, vertically aligned, like we can make things happen, but it's got to happen consistently, not just 1 year, not just 2 years. But it's got because we've seen what happens when I came into Milan last year, there was 3 or 4 different curriculums in math. There was 3 different curriculums in ELA. And the first time I was like, nope, let's do this. You know what I mean? And we have to give it time. So some of these teachers, they have to learn what they're teaching. It's like watching the show Smarter Than a Fifth Grader. You ever play that? Before I became a teacher, I said, man, I don't know what I'm doing. Like, there's some legit things at a fifth, sixth grade level that you just don't retain me. So going on with these, like, you look at our ELA, like, man, it's amazing to see our ELA. The hard part is seeing our math, which we're not gonna dismiss. Those are things we're tackling right now, within our PDs. But that's just kind of, I wanted to show kind of how these 3-year trends help us identify our needs and our goals. So this next year, with the challenges we have this year, it was okay to say, let's shoot for 50%, because if you shoot for the stars, you might reach the moon. So going back to the next slides. Again, our 25-26 goals to increase to 50% proficiency in ELA. The goal still is in math to at least reach 30%, which I think this last year we were at merely just over 20, which is not good. I mean, as soon as we've got traction, as soon as our teachers on board of understand what they need to teach and how to teach it, using best teaching practices, using our PLCs, our bullseye walkthrough, just giving them feedback of what they need. There's some teachers that just need to be guided, and there's some teachers that just need to be coached. So that leads us to our dash plan goal number 5. Again, our goal is to have 50% school-wide proficiency at the end of the school year, as measured by the NMASA assessment ELA. We still use our STAR scores to kind of help us and push growth. There's not a huge correlation between STAR scores and NMASA. Like, I'm still trying to see the correlation of IMASA and NMASA, because there's some kids who do well in IMASA and then they bomb NMASA and vice versa. Like, I want to see the correlations to what those are. The good thing about having something that's weekly check is we could push growth. On STAR, we could push growth. We could look at Lexile scores. We could look at the ZPDs to encourage to promote higher proficiency in reading. Like, there's some good things. We just use things for what they are. You know what I mean? So our monitoring assessment, using our MASA, again, we try to push that if they're proficient there. We're hoping that it correlates to the MASA. We check in at the beginning of the year, end of the year, and it's going to help us guide to make adjustments, drive PD as well. Also, we strive to meet interim assessment goals using IMASA as the measure tool. Milan Elementary School, again, we'll try to meet the 10 to 14% increase each time, which is 5 to 6 kids per grade. And then it's even a challenge. I've even challenged teachers to 5 to 6 per class. And if that happens, we're trying to create like a culture of competitiveness and just like incentivize a lot that we do. Some of the things we're helping use, classroom walkthrough tools. The more we're in the classrooms, the more we're helping to divert unwanted behaviors. The more we're there to show teachers, we're there to support them. The more they're in this, we know what's going on. It's still been difficult trying to be in our classrooms daily. Our Mondays are filled with PLCs, our Tuesdays filled with IEPs, and the rest of the time it's just we're trying to adjust to divide and conquer. And we've kind
It's
of come
like
to a
teaching. You find yourself spending a really lot of time.
yeah. And we're getting there. I can't say we have not made progress. We have some excellent people in the right spots. Now it's just trying to get those other people to realize they are in good spots too. We just need to believe as well. Second goal is our math goal. Again, we're trying to get 30% school-wide math proficiency. This goal can be reached. Again, we're using our PLCs geared towards their needs, identifying students that need to be on LMLSS, extra intervention needs, ensuring that measurement goals are accessed, used, and using a CTAP, which is a corrective teaching action plan. We encourage our teachers to do that during pre-level meetings. Again, focusing on interventions, LMLSS, gathering data. Like, data is great, but if you don't collect it and use it, what is it for? Again, store data to increase your chances. I put goals 35%, which is very doable. As soon as these kids get excited about math and they understand, because a lot of times you hear from parents, I don't know this math. I don't know this math. The thing is, parents do know this math. It's just there's now instruction of what this is. If you take the decimal out, it's called dividing by 100, dividing by 10. When we're taught, it's just take those things out and just put them back in. It's not as far off as people think, but it's just the whole idea of this map is new math. So those are our challenges, but also that goes into building these relationships with our students. You know, some of these students, these parents, you build those relationships with them, they trust you. They say, oh, you know, I trust you. Instead of fighting you, like, don't do this because it's not good. The more we build that family dynamics in our school, you know, these parents and our students will do just about anything when they put trust in us. So that goes to our PDP goals. Our goals are the same because we want to be better at what we do. And for right here, our first goal is each principal will perform minimum one classroom walkthrough bi-weekly for teacher grade band. I believe, again, this is a district-wide expectation, and it's standardized practice. Again, the Marzano process, talking with Dr. Shaver, we're on the right track. We're kind of still green to what's expected. We both understand it's not gonna be a one-night fix. It's a 2-year process of how to get things going. We are aligning our walkthrough tool based on what Marzano expects. So we're not too far off from what needs to be done. Mini feedback session with teachers. Right now, Ms. P has a group of 4 new teachers that she meets with every Thursday afternoon. Acts as the mentor teacher. And they're welcome to come and, you know, ask questions. Also, like, again, the things that you don't see she does is quite amazing. And again, it's just identifying what PD instructional materials that our teachers need. Those are the biggies. One of the other goals that we're trying to work through is it's important to have systems and processes in any operation you do. So if one of us isn't there, school still runs. It's the same thing when a teacher's not there, she or he has a good system in place, it's still gonna run. Policies are followed, rules or expectations are met. It's not like a day of chaos, you know what I mean? We're understanding, we've been working with Mr. Chavez recently, getting some great guidance from him. How to tackle some of our issues we've had in special ed. Whether it be, you know, Ms. P is amazing at too. Like, it's good to get another lens on what we need to do. It kind of covers our rear. Other things that we're trying to do to support our teachers and also hold accountability is implementing the behavior chart for our teachers. So it's not just go to the principal's office. We see a lot of these things, it's kind of like the easiest way is I don't want to deal with it. The problem is when you don't want to deal with it, you come back to that problem still there. We can fix the problems, but the problem still exists the next day in the class. So holding our teachers accountable to intervene in those behaviors. Because when it comes like, I don't know how to control it, well, it's like parenting, so I don't want to deal with it. Like, who do you go to? You have to make decisions. Implementing a hall pass system, that helps as if you look in the hallways and you see kids out floor, that's instructional time. That's instructional time that's being lost. And also to support bad classroom management. You know, if you send 5 kids out and then the trash room's blood, like we have to hold people accountable what's in their classrooms. You know what I mean? And if you follow these things and things happen, I will have your back 110%. But if there's a system that's not being followed, it's kind of hard to say, hey, so your son was hit in the head because kids were swinging from the stalls because there was 10 people in there. Those are kind of hard things to do. Other than that, it's our goal is to get better every single day. Our goal is to see when there's some things that we cannot control, we control what we can. You know what I mean? So again, it's getting to work better with each other every single day we work together. We get better and better. You know what I mean? There's some things I'm kind of like, let me just step to. She's better at that than me. She's better than me in a lot of things. But it's awesome though. It's awesome to know like when I go to work, someone has my back. It's good to know when I'm at school and these kids are having bad days, she feels the same way. It's not like what's wrong with that kid. It's like, man, we need to see what's wrong with these kids because it does take a community, it does take a village to raise our kids, every single one of them. Other than that, I stand for any questions. If you stand for any questions.
It was good to see that you're having, the students are getting self-awareness and, there's teacher accountability, but at the same time, you're trying to help that teacher be accountable and, find the gap that she needs or he needs. And the behavior management chart sounds like a good idea too, because then you'll know if there's a pattern, if you're not a pattern. And it looks good. Like I said, I don't have much more to say. That you're having that, you're giving the kids their self-awareness and the teacher are kind of.
Dr. Guy.
Student achievement and student adult behaviors in our instructions. That's on page 407.
Sorry. I think I'm on a different page than you, but you said 7?
Well, it says 407 on the performance challenges. I'm looking at here.
The actual dash plan.
Oh, the actual dash plan,
That's
yeah.
fine. Yes.
That's fine.
Sorry.
So, trying to look at that and look at this and
Yes.
listen to you at the same time. What I see here on topics that are critically important to you. Come along. There are your challenges. First one is classroom observations, evaluating data.
Yes.
Second one was classroom walkthrough data.
407.
Yeah, 407.
Do I have the right page? Should I give you the right page?
Yeah, I just.
Okay.
We're kind of going back to basics with staff. So what we found is staff, like Dave, you were talking with the other school about STAR. We're finding that they're not using that data quite as effectively as we would like to manage, what they're doing with students. So we're going back and reviewing a lot of that stuff that hasn't had PD in the district in many years to say, okay, make sure you're making instructional decisions that are based in data.
Okay. What I'm saying is that all I'm pointing out is that each one of those you could probably elaborate on further. So each one of them have meaning for you. It's just that it doesn't have meaning for the reader. It's not familiar with. So I think you've been explaining a lot of this to us throughout your presentation. But it doesn't surface the meaningfulness of each one of those. Why are they challenges? In other words, when it says at the top, performance challenges, why is classroom observation, evaluation data a performance challenge? Okay. And so, what I'm saying to you is that it's not so much, it's probably a formatting issue of how do you put all of this down? How do you put down everything that is important to us? And all of those seem to be of critical importance to you.
Yes.
And how do you share that with others? Or how do you create that as a for the record? Say you leave and you're not there the next year, and then the next person wants to know what are the challenges? Good. And then you would say, okay, look at this. We've said to you that observations, evaluating data is important. I think you're referencing possibly STAR as being one of the issues of how much in terms of time in the day, when do teachers get a chance to look at all the evaluative data that they're supposed to be measuring their progress with their kids. So what I'm doing is trying to extract some meaning from it. And
Dr. Martin, excuse me, if I'm not wrong, this right here with student achievement data, are those drop downs? Is that a drop down where you just pick different? Because I know what he's talking about, because I think when he says formatting wise, it doesn't give you, it just says what are our challenges, you just click it.
I don't know, it says classroom excellence.
Yes.
walk through data, non-evaluated data. I know what that means,
Yes.
but others may not.
Okay.
So what I'm saying to you is that if that is important, then how do you address it in the future? How do you get support for that in the future? Are any of these things that only you're responsible for improving? Do we provide as a district more support for you? What are the solutions for overcoming those challenges? And some of it is just based upon your explanation of your staffing. Your staff are not traditional staff professionals. So that means that you have to come to their professional development from a different angle.
Yep.
And they're not, and so that then impacts a lot of this. You mentioned Elevate domain data, but we know what Elevate is. Well, some of us do, but some of us don't. But it basically is, to me, saying to you, okay, that's critical. What is it in the domains that the teachers are weak at? What are their strengths and the weaknesses in those domains? And there are 4 domains. So which one of those are challenging to us? And it's not a simple fix it thing.
No.
What I say, and then formative student achievement data, that's your STAR data. And you also have your IMASA data. Are there anything else that we create formatively to help the teacher keep the children moving forward? And so you mentioned that the PLCs are critical for you to assist and guide the teachers collectively in determine how do we analyze the formative data? How do we utilize the PLC time to ensure that we stay on top of these things? It's a logistical challenge trying to mentally have teachers have a focus on what it is that they're doing with kids. And that's what I noticed there. Interim assessments, PLC collaboration, student work samples. You mentioned the loss of the instructional coach, and that could play a part in how we assist individual teachers whenever they have a need for coaching.
We're spending
Yeah.
a good chunk of our time in that arena.
Well, to me, instructional effectiveness is a primary concern for leaders. What resources do I have besides myself to improve the instructional effectiveness on a day-to-day basis when I'm already stretched thin? So I just hear what you're saying. You have stronger ELA scores. You also know that we're challenged with mathematics. And so you take your staff and you try to assess the quality of their performance and how can you improve them? And all of that is reflected in your challenges, what I'm saying.
We're looking forward to the new textbook adoption and the PE that will hopefully come with it.
Yeah, and then on top of that, you overlay the Marzano effect on your thinking processes of trying to figure out how does that fit into how it is that we do things.
Yeah.
Marco?
I totally understand that. I think most of that is a format because when doing our dash plan, it's a click. All the ones that you have there that you announced was click, with no explanation.
So you click them and
You click and it shows that you pick what your challenges are.
Okay.
There's no place to explain.
Yeah, it would be
These
custom
things.
if we could get into
You know what I
it.
mean? Dr. Martin knows what I mean.
We're
Well, I
doing
think-
this.
But
we're
at the same time, the ones that we click, I understand that there's ways that we
Okay.
can explain.
So I think the most effective dialoguing that's going on is going to be with you and the teachers in the PLCs and try to stay focused on the most critical things that are going on in the classroom. So just my comments, they're just collegial kinds of comments.
Thank you both so much for being here.
Thank you very much.
We appreciate your in-depth outlook on your dash plan. Thank you, sir. All right, we will thank you and excuse you, appreciate you and all of your knowledge and what you all are doing for the district. And Mr. Widener, we have one more.
So
She's very
I guess you've had
interesting.
Batman and Robin and Superman and Wonder Woman. I'm out of superheroes, so
Wonder Twins.
we have. What'd you say?
The Wonder Twins.
The Wonder Twins.
Like Dr. Doom, like you had before.
We have Thelma and Louise. We have, and speaking of great, Lucy and Ethel, right?
By the way, we're named Thelma and Louise, Lucy and Ethel,
Perfect.
for exactly that.
We have a really good dynamic. This is Mrs. Valdez's third year as principal at Mount Taylor. She has rolled out wonderful systems, good things for students. They're having community events. Their social emotional is wonderful. They do a Roadrunner assembly.
Roadrunner Pride Assembly.
Roadrunner Pride Assembly every month. They have Roadrunner Recess. They have a great PTO. We added, Mrs. Thayer became the Dean of Students this summer. And she and Mrs. Valdez are tag teaming the leadership of the school. We're a Ron Clark school there. We have our own derivative of Ron Clark, and it's very Cibola County specific and relates to who we are as a people. Very, very excited to introduce Mrs. Valdez and let her talk to you about her dash plan.
Thank you for that introduction. Sorry, warm and lovely. Sorry, I dressed for a Friday, not for a presentation, but I am still wearing our school colors. That was not on purpose. But I will just keep you talking while Mrs. Lee takes a brief moment and returns. I want to say good afternoon. We are afternoon now on a Friday. Dr. Ashambo, Mr. Hadamio, thank you guys. I want to say thank you for being at our trunk or treat. Thank you for adding to kids' memories.
Appreciate it.
It was a good time. Good afternoon, sir.
How you doing?
Yeah, I showed Lane the picture of my throat.
Did you show him the picture of you as a Care Bear?
Yeah.
I had an extra costume that I said, here, you're here with us, you're joining our school team.
I had used the yard. With a yard,
Oh, is she?
the yard, decoration, we sell them. So that was like perfect,
So sorry.
That's
So I
okay.
put it on my truck and I took it to the sunken tree. No,
No, that's okay. Just, do I need to keep talking for a minute? Does he need a break too?
Go ahead.
Okay, because he knows. So yes, as Mr. Widener said, some of you don't know, Dr. Ashambo and I taught together, and interesting, me and Mrs. Thayer had also taught together. We were instructional coaches together. We are instructional leaders at our campus, and we will get into that as we move along. As Mr. Widener also said, that this is 3.5 years now, and a lot of, as Mr. Gutierrez also said, a lot of the things that we implement as systems, we see progress in taking mostly 3 to 5 years to see that good gain. We are seeing the effects of those systems put into place now come to fruition. But as I also shared with Mr. Widener, it's hard to compare, and you can't really compare each year. You guys know we do a lot of things in the community. You guys know I'm a member of a lot of things in the community.
We can't see you.
But then you can't see.
We can't. We can't.
But I say comparing a school year is like comparing the quad race year, because I'm a part of that too. But each year is different. Each year
the snow conditions are different. Each year, the kids are different. You have different teachers. Teachers leave, teachers retire, teachers come in new, and things like that. So there are different challenges, different expectations, things that come about every year. But our systems are the same. The new things we're always trying to improve are continuing and evolving and things like that. So those are the things we see growth from. But we will get started now. You guys got my welcome slide and our data, our enrollment. We have 356 students at Mount Taylor Elementary, which changes by the week. I want to say that the month of October, I think we got like 20 some-ish new students, as Mr. Gutierrez spoke about, some from Mount Taylor, some from Santa Fe, some from Maple View, some from Pennsylvania, which is random, and things like that. But we welcome all kids from our community and get to know them. It changes the adjustments in the climate and the culture of the classroom and things like that. It's always a good time though to review as a teacher can say, let's review the roles for everybody and things like that. But you know, some of these newer kindergarten, first grade, they're smaller than what we were used to in the past. I think during COVID, people had less kids, but we are seeing, you know, when long ago 400, but 356, but that's okay. With that, we have 22 ELL students. Again, like I said, home language or different things like that, because it's less of the younger grades and it's more of the 4th, 5th, 6th is what we noticed there. So maybe that will be good. IEP students, 67, I didn't put the percentage there. Again, same thing, we have a big group of that were 6th graders went on to middle school. This current 6th grader, a lot of those older kids, less that we are entering into SPED. We do have a resource room because we do have some medically fragile, some life skills needs, some resource needs, like, but we tag team it all. We have some great magic working with the minutes and the needs of our students that can support that as a team. And then they join our PLCs, and you know, we're always working to better our co-teaching of our inclusion. But that's what we have. Native American students, 169 students. Deep dive there. Some of them, I broke down the Native American students, and then because I broke down the Native American students, I broke down all cultures of students. Filipino students, Asian students, Hispanic students, Caucasian students. From our Native American students, by synergy, by what they identify as, some maybe have a mom that is Acoma and a dad that is Laguna or Navajo. So what we see a set of twins, and one is identified as this, and one is identified as that, because they take a turn or play even by moms and dads and things like that. But that's what the data or the identification is on the numbers. 43 Acoma students, 10 Laguna students, a Mescalero Apache student, 112 Navajo students, and 3 Zuni students, which is odd and a good thing to look at and just know your clientele, know your school family. We have, like I said, some of the bus students that used to come to Mount Taylor has upped Cabarro's enrollment, because some of those students now go to Cabarro or have that choice there. And we were talking about that during our transportation department meeting systems and things like that. But which is good, because they might go for the culture or to stay in the area or different reasons. But we used to have 4 buses to Mount Taylor. Now we only have 2. We have a Mount Taylor edition kind of bus, and we also have a Acoma bus. But we have more Navajo students than Acoma students, and a lot of that comes like from where they can at the grants apartments and the area within the community. All of our students within our community, we take them and we love them all. And as I said, 7 Asian students, 112 Hispanic students, and 37 Caucasian students. Some that don't, I tested the total, doesn't always total to 356, as some identified, unidentified, different things like that, or some just different things. But they are all from our community, Title I area, free and reduced lunch, so they are all low socioeconomic It'd be interesting, we don't ask on our demographics if they have 2 parents households or 2 parents at work or things like that, but they are all considered low socioeconomic. Okay. Our dash plan goals. So the way we work, the way I work, the way our system is set up is that when we have our, I really like that this year, our MLSS, what am I thinking of? The survey at the very beginning, self-survey, self-assessment, that's what I was thinking of, self-assessment change this year that does align with the dash plan. Before it was, I want to say, it felt like 400 questions that were totally different than that, a dash plan. But, which is exactly what teachers go through when they do their self-assessment that connects to their PDP and then for ourselves. So our dash plan goal for ELA from, I looked at last year's proficiency from STAR, iStation, which now changed to Amira, and IMASA and NUMASA. But of course, our school grade, our school proficiency, our school is graded on NUMASA. But we have all of our mini things because we compare it on that. NUMASA is the final championship. We have little tournaments, little games along the way, but we're playing for the big game at the end. But these little ones have to show us how we're predicted and prepared. So NUMASA, our desired outcome is for students to improve reading comprehension, vocabulary, fluency, critical thinking, and comparison in writing support to improve from 14% on target to 33%. And 33%, so it's like little jumps in each area. We were 45%. And like Mr. Gutierrez had the charts of the past 3 years, we have, like I said, I've been there 3 years and we have seen slow, steady progress over the past 3 years, and we want it to be attainable progress. So we have a large group in that nearing proficiency from work over time. One of the things that we did see is that we have to make our goal around that tested grade levels of the 3, 4, 5, 6. But last year, and I'm sure that you remember when the data is presented to the board, at that point last year, probably at this time when the data is released and not embargoed, is that, or during IMASA in that 3rd grade level, it was a 0% that were proficient. And I remember somebody asking, well, why? With some people say, well, it's the first time that they're faced with this sort of assessment. That's the first time that they're being prepared for this. I had also said, well, you know what, we need solid foundational skills. We played with our talent management this year. Some of our 1st grade teachers went down to be kindergarten teachers and just trying to make sure they have a solid foundation. We went down from 3 teachers to 2 teachers in some of our grade level, which I'm blessing in disguise, but they are with talented teachers of building a strong foundation. So those are the things, some of the things that we did. As we mentioned during the self-assessment, what I did is I turned that into a Google form for our teachers to fill out and be prepared and have those data conversations during PLCs. So they know the overall importance of, are they using that high quality instructional material? How often do they teach with engagement or their core, or how much do they supplement their core material? What do they feel like is missing from their core material? So all of those are surveys or Google form questions or thoughts ahead of time that we will discuss at PLC, and always letting teachers know what conversation to be prepared with. And then from there is our agenda from our PLCs, our to-do list from PLCs, checking on teachers, and then giving them a summary or a debrief from PLCs to help, and that way they know the overall importance and it's their words put in. So when they bring their data or they bring their student work, it's evidence from their teaching. What did they teach? Where do they feel like the gaps are? Can they hold solid, making their goal to know this is all of us. We're all a team. We're doing this together. And so when they say they felt like their gaps are, of course, like we said, for math, well, I'm speaking about ELA. When we talk about the different data test scenarios for ELA, of course, like I mentioned, Amira, STAR, IMASA, and NUMASA. We talk about yes, we look at data, but we have to do something about the data with the data, but know the different tools. IMASA differs from NUMASA, as Mr. Gutierrez spoke about. Is it a true predictor? Well, the major difference with that test is IMASA does not have a writing component. Whereas, so you see them do a little weaker because they are having to jump right in and write an essay, write a paragraph, write an essay, write multi-paragraphs by the time they're going higher. So that leading into is our school goal. Increase writing in class, increase that connection to text-dependent writing. From daily morning journals within our SEL morning meeting, turn that informal to then challenge yourself in that checklist for how our writing is doing. So that is our goal as a school. Our goal is from the kindergarten. The kindergarten teachers say the same thing, but they are starting that with coloring books, handwriting, tracing, then to implement, strong sentences, names. They have posters in the hallway from what their name looked like on day 1, month 1, and a comparison to know that it's important. And then just how that has improved each month, bringing that student work from our 5th grade has implemented interactive notebooks to take notes every day, and 5th and 6th grade and their agendas to hold themselves accountable. So as I said, the foundational skills our 1st grades taught last year, 2nd grade taught the K through 2 grade levels, UFly, the Florida foundational skills, that was phonemic awareness and phonics. And they loved it. They were speaking great things about it. So they taught it to the other grade levels for those strong foundational skills. So foundational skills, comprehension, just the solid science of reading, which leads into the discourse and PSYOP strategies, Marzano. So from that, how will that help our school? But we do walkthroughs, from when I'm Mondays, Thursdays, Fridays, try daily, of course, in between PLCs, IEPs, and everything else. And then me and Mrs. Thayer, this is what I'm seeing. This is what I'm seeing. We also need to talk about this. This one is wanting support. We need support here. From that, we build or add on to our PLC agenda. And then, as I showed evidence from our PLC agenda, sometimes it looks like sticky notes and to-do lists. Catch up with this one. When we say it's the beginning of a new quarter, bring your DLP so we could say, did you cover all standards in this quarter? Or do you know your standards going into the next quarter? Do we know what that looks like? And if teachers are honest, then they're like, I need help with that. I need to know, let's look at what this looks like. They say, okay, then I'll go into your PLC prep time tomorrow or after school, and we'll talk about what that looks like. And sometimes it's like, I need help lesson planning. I need help setting up my smart board, just different things. But from that, PLC time is more of a to-do list with checking in and then following up with that throughout the week. So as we said, that was our ELA. It's going to help to build more independent readers and being with that confidence, able to explain. Okay, our second goal is the same, but different for math. Of course, still data-driven instruction. By the end of the school year, Mount Taylor will increase overall math proficiency for students in grades 3 through 6 from 46. Will decrease the novice from 46 to 30%. So that way they could move on to those other areas of 39% to 35 and move up to the proficiency in the advanced. So using all of our data that I spoke about, IMASA, STAR, daily student work, exit tickets, common formative assessments, those are the things that they bring weekly to PLCs. Marzano teaching strategies, PSYOP strategies, visual learning, manipulatives, work to explain, and spiral. So as I said, from when we brought that student work and we talked about teachers during our goals, what do you say is missing? What do you say that we could pick solid? This is where our data looks like. What are you seeing are the gaps from the beginning? And what can you set that goal that we can do as a school? And they said 2 things for math, 2 big things that would help. Increase fact fluency and a daily spiral review. When we learn the letter A when we are little, we are practicing it every single day, reviewing it in multiple ways, segmenting, building, word chaining, things like that. And it should be the same for math. We don't want to forget and plan in a lesson plan in week 1 this standard and then move on and move on. So we said we would do 2 things that we felt would make a big difference is a daily fact fluency time, and that would be visual learning using manipulative, but we every is going to revisit a daily spiral review. And so we have seen a taste of the standards from the next 9 weeks or the next. So it kind of challenges those higher learners that maybe haven't seen it yet. So everybody's on that even playing field, but then it brings in the review from what they've already learned. And then it keeps it fresh in their brain for the future. So fact fluency, daily intervention, enrichment, our grade levels that are departmentalized do 2 rotations, 1 for the core, and then a second for their interventions leveled groups. Our classrooms that are self-contained do centers and rotations for that intervention or enrichment. So same thing there. How will it help to improve math facts, academic vocabulary, learning the algorithms? But more importantly is I would like the confidence to explain. Yes, you have the facts. Yes, you know the algorithm, but do you have the confidence to explain how you know? And I feel like that comes overall with knowing your students and making them feel safe to interact, to use those manipulative, to turn and talk, to work with each other. And so that's the expectation from staff. Give compliments, give stickers. I've taught 6th grade and we're never too old for stickers, positive feedback, and things like that to feel safe and comfortable. And I'll get back into that as we keep going. Okay. As I said, our self-reflection and our overall PDP goals lead into what is at the heart and what are our true goals all the time is building our instructional core, being that instructional leader on the campus. So like I talked about that, but overall wanting kids to always be safe to come to school. So school safety, and with school culture and safety is at the heart of it. I always want students to be safe, happy, healthy. Feel safe, happy, healthy to come to school. And one thing that I've always said in my staff meetings, newsletters, meetings with parents is that we want to love them like they're our own, but respect the fact that these are other people's children. And at the heart of it is make sure that they are safe, happy, and healthy. When I'm on bus duty in the morning or at the school drop-off, parents, staff, teachers, all of that, we greet each child by their name. And I challenge that, yes, we have 356 students, and I challenge myself to know every single one of them by name and their parents. So we do. And you know, whether we talked about the hallway app or the hall pass and things, but I told Mr. Ryder, but I've seen that improvement over the past 3 years. For the first year, we saw hallway behavior, we saw nifty things, we saw different things like that. But changing a couple of our systems, classrooms that departmentalize, taking their backpacks in, addressing that part of that issue, we don't see those hallway behaviors anymore, and it's amazing. I said, but we also know if we see them in the hallway, we know them by name. We know how to check on them, or we do check on them to say what's and find that out. Over the past 3 years, as we mentioned, Roadrunner Pride Assembly, drawing tickets, giving shout outs on the intercom, things like that, calling those families. We've had less behavior incidences and increased attendance. So those are also charts and graphs that we have seen an improvement on. More students were a part of our attendance scavenger hunt this year. More students are a part of our AR rewards, and our Roadrunner Pride Assembly, things like that. We've had less discipline, more attendance, and from our attendance, as we talk at our principals meetings and things like that, in changing our attendance meetings to be teams, and the teachers a part of those teams, and one of our admins, myself, some of those students who struggle to come to school are some of the same families that those teachers have not seen at a parent-teacher conference. Or are maybe telling their parents that school is hard, or maybe telling their parents that they might be getting bullied. But when they come to a meeting and we all sit down at the heart of it, we're finding out some of those things are not always scary, not always. And some of those parents were like, thank you. I was really nervous to come today. I felt like I was going to be judged or I was in trouble, but you coordinated this where it wasn't scary. And I find out that my kid is doing well. I just need to get them here. So we've seen really positive team conversations come out of that. That is my goal. That is my overall priority. A part of that is that I want the vibe and the care when you step into Mount Taylor to be caring and welcome and safe. And I want our staff to have the knowledge, but yet let their students feel safe and welcome to interact and engage and build those interactive lessons. And I feel like, so that talked about the instructional core. I spoke about interacting, observations, feedback, and in between IEPs and PLCs, doing those walkthroughs, and then checking on them that same day or that next day to give them that feedback. That has built a relationship for the staff to feel confident and comfortable to say, what do you think about this? Should I, today, a teacher that had come to me to say, this is my growth. I said, oh, I just printed that out. I said, I was just looking from quarter one. I said, look, I have it right here. If it was 10 at the beginning, but now it's 12, you moved 2 kids and things that, well, what do you think about me changing my small groups from these 5 to these 5? And just for them to, a brand new teacher or these teachers to have that comfort to come and have those conversations means a lot. And that's my overall goal, is to be that team, to be that family, and to know parents, community, students, we are teachers aides, custodians, we are all a part of that family. So that's what I have for you.
Thank you.
So it's very wordy. I'm crazy.
Well, I'd like to make a comment.
Very thorough.
My grandkids go to her school or
Yeah.
attend there. I'm always there as a grandparent. We're always invited. And I go, you're good. You have a good PTO program. I like to hear about attendance. We like to get the kids in. That's great to get them in. And you're also community involved, which involves my grandkids in the community. And like I said, I like the parent and guardian involvement, the PTO, let's get the parents in here, let's get the guardians in here, and that's what you were doing.
Yes, sir. We had new parents added to that wanted to come bring a trunk or treat. I said, there you go, you're official, you're with us, you're here. We expect and hope to see you more. And that was 2 trunks added, where Red Ribbon Walk had a lot of parents that walked with us too. And we hope we see that throughout. Thank you for that.
Okay.
I know there's questions over there. I know, I'm still taking it all in.
Dr. Guy, you trained her. That's what she
Did
started
you
with.
train me? Did we train you to do
She said you guys were partners.
to that?
But,
You better go take your 5 minutes, sir. It's gonna take a few.
well, what I,
Let me give you guys, yeah. I'm gonna run down the hall. You keep them entertained. You answer Dr. Guys. I told Mrs. Lee when we started the board meeting,
what I was looking at
I had to take a break, and it hits me.
is, I'm comparing what we have here in the binder to what
Is on the
the
screen.
state is, rather is the dash plan. There's a difference. And yours is so long that I'm having a hard time finding it myself.
The thing is because it was the exact conversations from our PLC, from each grade level setting their goals.
Here we go.
It was a lot of Excel, a lot of my summertime that broke down the data that presented it to teachers, that we then each grade level, each teacher set their own goal with what was attainable and doable.
Okay.
So I put it on there.
What, on goal 1, data driven instruction ELA. Compare that to the, to what we see on the dash plan.
Mhm.
The dash plan only shows fourth grade,
Yes,
okay? This does not focus solely on fourth grade.
yes.
You focus on the entire school.
That's my
That's what
expectation,
this-
just because for the dash is will either go by cohort of students or growth of students.
So,
I felt,
so it's important for us to see the whole picture, not just fourth grade. And so that's what you did here in your goal one. That's what I was looking for. Was to what extent is your concept of a plan inclusive of all the needs of all the students in your school? And that's what this one does.
thank you, just because the dash plan looks at one grade level for growth. And I selected, of course, strategically, the grade level I felt that we could make the most growth on.
Yeah.
But I still hold all the staff accountable
Well,
to
for this
go,
and that,
yes,
what? And so you completed this about when? In September? Or-
August, September,
So when did
September,
Early September.
early September.
when did you do this?
You Monday, Tuesday was, when I get my assignments, I got it done. But so the dash plan was done August, September.
But when did you do
But
this?
I did that,
Recently?
2 days ago.
election day, when we were still on campuses, yes.
Okay. So this is more comprehensive.
Yes.
Than that. So I'm trying to make some sense. See, when we are expected by the state to create plans, educational plans, that's for their purposes.
Yes.
As an instructional leader, you know that your responsibility is for all the kids. And so our conception of what an educational plan is must be inclusive of all that we should focus on. which
And
is all
as
the
you
kids.
know, it's ongoing. So
So-
that the goal was set in August, September. We've had 30-day checks since then, and we've had walkthroughs and PLC since then. So I would hope, and I'm glad for you to see that it is more comprehensive.
Yeah, well, that's what we need to do. And I'm trying to figure out how do we as a board understand what will be true planning and what is performative planning that the state wants us to do.
Mhm.
What you have to drive yourself by is what it is that's most meaningful to me,
Right.
to you and all of these teachers. That's one of the things I wanted to make sure I understood because I was quite concerned that it only showed up fourth grade. And that is the only thing that I had. I didn't have this. And glad you were working on something like this during election day. However, some of the things that you have in the extensive portions of this are still relevant, what I can tell. A lot of your analyses is still probably relevant. And so, and it's gonna take me another day and a half to go through this, but I'm basically focused solely on the goals that you set forth here today as being that which reflects more inclusive, effective concept of what your plan is supposed to be all about. You did mention your 46 to 30%, 39 to 35. I probably want to see a breakdown in terms of more of the grades or how we're going to lay it out. I didn't know where you got the 46 to 30% lower. Because let me tell you, the board does not have the Namasa base.
So I believe that might be what's next from Marissa on the
So
agenda or to
so
come.
it's kind of the way the state does things. They ask you to create the strategic plan in August, but they don't give the district the Namasa data until just recently. So
Right.
it should be the other way around.
Right,
Ideally, you should get the Namasa data in July. So then you build your strategic plan based upon the data, but they don't give it out to us they give you embargoed information
Right.
and that might change a bit. So
Right.
that's I guess a concern that I have with respect to the state and how unprompt they are in getting the critical information out for you to utilize to be able to not only use your IMASA data, which is back to May, and your NAMASA data.
Mhm.
And then if you combine your STAR data and whatever else, other kinds of data together so that you can build a comprehensive plan than what they are asking you to do at that time. But that's. I don't have any specific questions. Since you put so much in there that it'll take you a while to figure it out.
Thank you.
But I do think that you are, that there is clarity in what it is that you're saying that you are going to do, particularly the fluency. The younger children must become much more fluent in math.
Foundational skills.
They need to be, as you and I know, learning the algorithms is one thing, but understanding how I'm going to use it conceptually is different. So but we also recognize that the kids must learn the algorithms before they leave their school.
Mhm.
And some of the kids still don't know whether in middle school or high school. So you don't want to let them go. And I see that you have MLS grouping and interventions. What'll be challenging and interesting is how you're going to wed Marzano and science strategies together.
No, that's the beauty.
But that's what I want to see.
The beauty, that's the tool.
Yeah.
That's the necessary.
I want to see how all works together.
Thank you so much.
Thank
And
you.
thank you for waiting until we got you here. So
No, thank you guys. I
Appreciate
did want to
it.
compliment. I told Mr. Widener that this feels, what did I say, better, nicer than when it was in comparison 1 month out of the year. I've been at the first month, I've been towards the end when the sort of presentation changes because you have more to say towards the end, then you guys get a full education from all of us in 1 day.
That's good.
That's very good.
She did say that the other day,
Like that.
and I gave Dr. Guy credit.
He did.
Cause Dr. Guy was the one that said, it's probably better if we get together and talk about all the dash plans, so.
It was.
And Ms. Corley, we're gonna take a quick break just so that we can grab pizza. And if
It's
you
cold
get
pizza, but
comfortable.
if you like cold pizza, it's gonna be real good.
We'll take it.
a good idea.
Yes, it was.
Well,
Yes, it's
it's
been
us
very good.
trying to get a better understanding. Because the dash plans were.
Yes.
Pretty good
Appreciate you so much. Thank you. I might be texting you, sir. Keep my child if we're running long.
I will do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank-
I need food in my belly.
I'm done with all
Good job.
presentations.
That was a good idea. I like that. I was just thinking, I don't remember doing this the last 2 years.
Some assignments.
Well, if you're staying, go ahead and continue with the.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, last night I was looking and I was like, how the heck is this
I
happening?
didn't know who was changing it either.
Now
Okay,
we're
now we are.
beautiful.
So
Mr. Wagner.
I'm really excited for Mrs. Corley to present her data. She's been working very hard on data. And I'm really excited to introduce her. We are very lucky. We are very lucky to have found her to take this role. She is new to her role, but she's working very hard to make sure that we're ready for testing and that we're ready for assessment and that we're pulling the correct data and breaking it down as needed and in the charts we need. And she's very amenable to working with all of us to create great data that we can use in our schools to improve our students. I was on Superheroes a while ago. Marissa Corley is a rock star at GCCS. She's our version of Taylor Swift, right?
Wow.
We're really glad to have her in this role. I want her, Mrs. Griego and I have talked, and we want her to be your person to share data. So without further ado, Marissa Corley.
Thank you. Wow, that was quite the introduction and I appreciate it. And I share that feeling of luck with kind of our paths crossing and everything kind of aligning. So good afternoon, Board Member President Francie Lee, Honorable Board Members, Superintendent Widener, Directors, and all others in attendance. As mentioned, my name is Marissa Corley, and my purpose today is to share our 24-25 SAT and Spring 24-25 New Mexico measures of student success and achievement summative assessment, also known as NMASA. My presentation will show overalls for the district with a deep dive at the end for each school site. I was able to review an email earlier this week that requested more. With my best effort, I have added an additional 47 slides of data. And it's important to mention that these additional slides are for elementary and middle school. Our high school data is ready to view, and I do have it in other presentations. I can deliver it to you all at a later time in the near future by the end of today, early Monday or Tuesday. The reason behind it not being included in today's PowerPoint, it's two-part. First is the time constraint I was facing, and the second, I needed to clear up with the accountability team of variance and numbers reported for the SAT when breaking the data down into subgroups. As of 11 o'clock this morning, this variance question has been answered, and I now feel confident sharing that data with you all. The layout of my presentation begins with the blueprint I inherited from our former district test coordinator. Percentages in this slide reflect all students, both taking the NMASA, the DLM, and the SAT. Totals for these three areas is as follows. For ELA, it's 1518 with 580 reaching that proficient scale. For math, the total is 1518 with 255 hitting proficient. And for science, in the very last column, the total is 686 with 206 proficient in science for grades 5, 8, and 11. 2 out of the 3 subject areas, the district did see growth. The next 3 slides that we're going to see will show proficiency comparison by elementary school and by subject area. These percentages are reflected by all students, both in the NMASA and the DLM. The last column will show the overall performance of the district.
So this slide right here, slide 3, this is for ELA by elementary, and you can see comparison from school year 23-24 to school year 24-25. I'll stay, I don't know, a couple seconds, get the cue from you guys to move on to the next one. Here we're looking at math. Again, same year-over-year comparison. I think it's no secret, math is one area that I know the district is focusing on building. Proficiency summary for science. I would like to highlight Cibola. They had a great amount of growth. And there are a few other mentionable schools like Milan and our overall growth for the district at the very end.
And you guys aren't seeing this.
Should I go back?
Nope.
Good.
On our printed out version, we don't have the names of the schools.
Yes, so let's address that because that was one other area of concern, and I did not like it because I felt like it was a bad introduction to my work. So this is the original format of the presentation. When sending it through Google, if you were to view it just from the drive, the horizontal axis is what you all were printed out. To see it in this format, it has to be downloaded and viewed through the software. So now that you've mentioned that, I'll take a little bit longer with each slide.
We just won't look at this one, we'll look at yours.
Okay, let's do that.
So Guy,
It's on the
what you,
computer, though.
Guy, what you got and what you emailed it out earlier in the week was that we were missing that horizontal axis.
Correct.
So as we're seeing it online right now, which is what Ms. Corley has shared with us and we all see, has the actual school names and the year and the breakdown of what the data is meaning on each one. And so what we, the board, have printed in our packets is the older version. It's not the updated version, but this is the updated version.
Like I said, I'm good. I've seen it off hers and I can see it.
Yeah.
I seem to remember that court a couple years ago.
Well, and
It has to do with software formatting that I don't understand.
Yeah.
But, I remember that there had been in the past that same issue.
I think we even faced that with the evaluation tools. Yeah.
In the drive, it's updated, so if you download it, it's maybe about it in the drive.
So all I do is take the packet.
Yeah.
Download everything. And then start to go through the presentations. And so that's what I thought was the absence of it. I don't understand the reason why I don't see it. I'll probably have a little concern whether I do. I just want to see it, like we're now seeing it today. And
But it's updated.
And I can understand not wanting to show something that is this is a more accurate reflection of your work. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I think it's because Excel's Microsoft owned. So when it goes through Google, that might be it. I'm not sure. I'm not a software developer, but that's my idea.
Yeah, I heard an explanation sometime ago. It is awesome.
So the next 3 slides will show proficiency comparison by secondary school and by subject area. These percentages are reflected still by all students group, both in the I'm so sorry about that. Secondary school, slide 8 will reflect only grades 8 and 11, and that's for the science. So slides 6 is going to be for ELA, secondary school. 7 is for math.
Is this how you want it presented, Mr. Weiner? To go back to 6 and 7?
Sorry, at 6.
Los Alamitos and LA are scores from the Namasa.
Yes, and also reflecting the alternative assessment, the DLM, for those students that are not able to take the NAMASA.
Then the high school scores are represent what test? The Grants High School in LA.
SAT.
What, the SAT?
Mhm.
Lane, what I think is important is and it's happened in the past, is that we differentiate between the type of test that it is. Because if you look at it this way, you'll feel that it's one single test that we're reporting on. We're actually reporting on 2 different tests. So what we could do at the top at the heading is put down a 7th and 8th grade is Namasa, and the secondary is SAT. And that was the one that Stevie was talking about, was
The different tests that
the difference in the tests. SAT is only for 1 grade, that's 11th grade. And so, and you were not aware of that conversation. That's the kind of conversation you'd want to hear so that you could then format your graphs to do that. That's my.
So we also do the PSAT and we have data there as well, so.
So what we are seeing here is that excuse me, that we're challenged in ELA in different ways. And what Stevie was saying is that the test items for the SAT don't necessarily align with the standards that we are requiring. That's a different subject besides reporting test data. That's something that is instructional approach. What is it that you're assessing? And we've known that's a controversy with SAT for Grants High School and LA High School, is that and early college. It's only for 11th grade. It doesn't represent 9, 10, 11, 12. Whereas the LAMS, that represents all the grades of the middle school, 7th and 8th grade. And that's what you may want to think through, talk with your principals and ask them how do they want to have this presented, then however they say it, you can go and do it.
Well, and one of the things I'll emphasize what Dr. Archambault is saying is that we have had several of these presentations now, and one of the things that we as a district asked of the district and the superintendent is to start sharing our other data, because for high school to only have the information of 1 year, we all collectively as a board have said repeatedly that we would really like to have some other platform. And that's been an ongoing thing, Mrs. Corley, over the last couple of years is getting other data, not just the NAMASA, as the only platform for the data. And so last year, Dr. Martin, uh, and Miss Jean shared with us the other platform for testing that we've done, which is the STAR, and at the time before that, even it was iStation and Synergy. So just so you're aware, we have had those conversations because we, as a board, have discussed that what Guy was just saying, you know, only having the 1 year of the SAT data, you know, doesn't give us an idea of where we're lacking until 11th grade.
Sure, that's something that you and the leadership can discuss, figure out, and then she'll know what to do with it, with this one. And this is how it was presented in the past, was we had this, that's what you were saying, that this is how it had been presented in the past. And so, what she does replicated that, and just pointing it out is that you may want to, because when, if we put this to the public, they're going to think that, that the high school scores are representative of all high school grades. And whatever specific instructions you want to give about how to do this, then she can take it and reformat this in the future.
Am I understanding what you're asking for is those assessments from the beginning of the year, in the middle of the year? I do have data for the beginning of the year in those different platforms. If at a later time, I could definitely let you review all that, so.
Excellent. I'm impressed that we have all that. Be careful, you might start asking for lots of stuff.
She's very good at it.
So be careful what you say.
That's why I told her, I want you to present, because
Yeah. Okay.
she's very much gonna be your partner. So you guys tell her what data you want.
So let's let her keep giving us.
Let's just talk, we're just talking, and so that you just kind of put this on your,
On your radar.
on 6th and 7th, when you're doing, mid-school, high school data, you may have to have, Lane, you know, give you some idea of what we should do and talk to get us together about it. But let's go on. I only have about 30 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
So slide 12, 13, and 14, we're gonna start to see it broken down by subgroups. These percentages are, oh, I'm sorry, 9 and 10. I'm jumping ahead here.
Okay.
Slide 9 and 10 and 11 will show the percentages of losses and gains by each school site and by subject area. There is a table at the bottom that will show you last year's percentage versus this year's.
Good.
Yeah. Science. Okay, so now 12, 13, and 14, we're gonna start seeing this broken down by subgroups. These percentages are influenced by all school sites and all assessments again, so SAT, NMASA, DLM.
All grades. Or
Correct.
only cooking.
Yes,
Just, thank you.
you're welcome.
We probably, just looking at titles of each slide, it probably would be helpful for us if you were to put in all grades, all school sites. Because here, you know, on this slide that's on the screen right now, it just says proficiency summary by ethnicity, ELA.
Mhm.
But it doesn't give us the specific of, it's everybody
Overall.
in the entire district.
Sure.
So maybe just a little more, excuse me, on the titles would help us.
Okay, you bet.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Would you prefer that we make notes and send them to you?
You are more than welcome to do that. I'm also writing it
Okay.
down. So there's
Mr. Lee,
ELA.
she's good.
She's very good.
There's
And- And I think she was worried a little bit about this presentation and she's gonna be a great working partner
Absolutely.
with the board.
Now, this is for,
Now,
okay,
all grades.
when we say all grades, we mean, K through 12?
No, so 3 through 8 and the 11th grade for SAT.
And 11th grade?
Mhm.
Okay.
Right.
When did we do the MOY?
I'm not sure
I
on the
think it's
list.
December,
Yes,
December.
sometime in December.
so we'll probably wanna come with that in January.
Sure. Okay, slide 15, 16, and 17, that will show proficiency by economic status, grouping economically disadvantaged and not economically disadvantaged. This is an overall for the district with all school sites influencing the percentage. I think this is one area to be proud of because we made gains in both ELA, math, again, gains in both areas. Tiny dip in one area and I think big growth in the other one, the not economically disadvantaged. Okay, so 18, 19, and 20 will show proficiency percentage by students with disability group, both with and without. Still continuing with the trend of comparing school year to school year. And the last group that we have is by ELL status. ELA, math, and science. Now, this is where the additional slides is gonna start. Before we view them, I was asked by Mr. Weiner to provide data packets that goes a little bit deeper for each school site. These packets were tables. I think charts are great, but it's also good to see numbers too. And so that's what we're gonna use for the next 47 slides. If you guys want to go that far, if you want to take some time to review them on your own. And again, our
Did you share, I'm sorry, did you share that? These new charts and tables with Mr. Weiner and Ms. Shirley for us?
So yes, I did. This morning at 9:30, 9:45, I did send it to Shanda and she was right in the middle of printing everything off.
Got it.
Um,
So we may not have them yet. Perfect.
Shanda has
Okay.
it just to be printed off for you.
What I say, they're here.
Yes, they are in here.
Let's see
And-
them.
Okay.
Okay,
You know, I'm not gonna stop you on a lot of them. I just wanna see what they have.
what they look like, sure.
And I'll share with you all too. When the leadership team when we were at our SOAR meeting in September, they talked to us a lot about charting your data. And so if you've got Miss Lee that teaches third grade, you know, you're gonna chart her student data and it, the template that we received was very good for guiding where that good instruction is happening and the good interventions. And so Marissa's right, we're looking at doing more charting of our data.
I prefer that more than charts.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Thank you.
See.
So we're gonna see that it's again following the same breakdown, first by ethnic group, then by ELL status, disability status. This one is by
From the
grade also. I'm sorry.
This one's from the law.
Yes, yes. So I believe it's 4 to 5 slides per school site. Each packet took about 5 hours per site just to put everything together for them. I was overly ambitious with the delivery date and then I learned my lesson.
Hold on a second.
Sure.
Job security.
There is one thing I want to mention. So these are numbers provided by the state. There can be at times some variances where numbers are not matching up with the total. Sometimes those are influenced by students being absent that day for testing. For instance, with ethnic group, and this is what kind of stalled us for the secondary schools. If for their ethnic group, if they are marked in synergy as having dual ethnic groups, right? Yeah, they're gonna go into both. So for instance, Grants High School, they noticed this right away. Your numbers are way more than what we have. And so when going back to the PED with that variance, I guess this is not an isolated concern because he already knew what I was gonna ask. He said if there's more than one ethnic group in that family and they mark it and it's like that in synergy, they're gonna go into both categories.
Thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome.
Interesting. Continue, please.
And then here is by ELL status. Dr. Guy, you just give me a thumbs up when you'd like me to move forward.
First column is math, second column is, third, fourth, fifth, sixth.
Again, for science, it's only for 5th grade.
Yes. Because the state does not require science assessment.
Need lots of hands-on STEM.
Okay, thank you. Please.
Need status.
This is,
Special needs.
Mr. Chavez, you have your work cut out for you too, sir.
Moving on to Mesa View.
Jump ahead.
this is for math. Okay. Look.
And whereas if we, in the future, we want to break this down even more to where like if we're looking at how many of those students are Laguna students, we can break it down to that depth, right?
There is a way, so what that would look like would be coordinating with, Trish. We would have to basically do a VLOOKUP in Excel by state ID number. And, it's a bit of a process, but with appropriate lead time, we could definitely do that.
Well, and that might be really good for us to have that kind of data for our
Yes.
tribal consultation summit.
I told you.
It's in your office.
I have a,
It's
I have a,
because they have the door closed.
set of directions on how to do that.
I got it, so I'm not.
I can find out, sure.
That would be great.
Disaggregated, but try and see if it,
No,
see if it's without any use for it.
Sure. Thank you.
Not been done before, but I had to generate that. database. Okay, this, for example, let's look at third grade on the Masa from Milan. Rescue, 56% of the native students were proficient. Okay, that's pretty good score.
That is.
Okay. So,
And shoot, they were the only ones that mentioned that they got Nolan involved.
so, but you also notice that there's a drop as they go through the grades. So 56 in third grade, 19 in fifth, fourth. Okay. 56 in third grade, 19% in fourth grade, 24% in fifth grade, and 15% in sixth grade. So there's a downward trend. That'd be something. Then you take a look at the Hispanic students. They swapped. They rose and they sort of maintained. Now your white kids, 29, 64, 43, 15. So
And it's sad, because
well,
we see they do great in math, and then as you get higher up in elementary, it kind of your growth is not as much.
if you had a really strong spreadsheet, you could query it and identify the standards that students are missing, and is there a trend? Is there always a consistent lack of efficiency in certain of the standards that are tested each year? And there should be, they should, if you perform well. The other thing is though, like for instance, in third grade, 15 of the native kids were proficient. Do they stay proficient? Fourth, fifth, sixth grade. That takes a different picture. Then you start to look at individualized growth analyses. This is taking cohorts of groups, and we're taking a picture of them, and then you can then say, okay, next year will that set of third grade students who are going to be fourth grade, how are they going to do this coming year? So each time, third grade, those native kids here, those 15, do they stay 15, or do you get more each successive year till you get to have maybe 80%? But then you have to break out the students with disabilities. To what extent does, how many of the it's highly unlikely that students with disabilities are going to be proficient, because we've already seen the data that showed us previous. That is an ongoing challenge. How do you find the instruction that is going to enable the students to master complex tasks.
Well, I wonder, this is just my naiveness, but do parents get the test results? Do
Yes,
They get a
we
parent
send
report.
out?
yes,
Okay, so like, your son.
Yeah.
You know how he did as a seventh grader in math.
Yep.
And you, and so
yep, and it's
that's kind of,
also.
that's like the individual tracking that you really need.
And it's saved on synergy as well. Let me restate that as a parent. Any testing that has been submitted to synergy is trackable year by year, but not all tests have been submitted to synergy. Like I can go back, to middle school, but then last year I got nothing on synergy. I only have the hard copy of the test data that was sent in the mail, to,
Do you know his star course?
yes. Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
That, I mean, cause that helps parents to
Yes.
know.
but not through synergy. I don't know it.
No.
I only know it through what was sent in the mail for the testing
Scorecard.
report.
there's two different versions, what I understand. Parents will receive this is sort of the list of, for the state, and every kid in the state gets and reports the IMASA data. But anything else, I don't know.
They don't send it?
I have never gotten it.
Which one?
It used to be when
The
when we
list
were
of
kids,
info on
your
my
parents
child
would get
never-
a whole
No.
packet of your TTBS test back then
Yeah.
when we were kids, but
Didn't you get a report that described your child's performance on IMASA?
wow.
I got
IMASA.
iStation and Star.
Because if you go to the website, it'll show examples of a report, very complex,
Sure.
on the IMASA data. You might
Well,
look it up
yeah.
and see, are there any parent reports that are available? But I don't know how the state gets that to the parent, whether it's a file that of all the parent reports that are just generated and then sent out. I don't know how that works, but I know there is a report that every parent gets whenever they're taking the MASA test. If I find that, I can share that.
We better get you moving along.
I know,
I gotta go.
keep going.
They
Sorry
have
about that. I'm getting too excited.
parent duties.
This is Guy's favorite thing. Data.
Yeah.
And we have the proficiency summary for the ASR, fifth grade ethnicity. Going down into ELL status.
Hey, what do you think if we hop to the middle school?
Fire me. I know what the other.
Okay. Starting with Los Alamitos, you're welcome.
It's not good. It's the seventh grade. Math and reading, math on the left side, right? Reading on the right side. And, There is a pronounced gap.
All kinds of data we can
Well,
collect.
you can also, like, if you're, if, you know, with the principal, she would look at the, seventh grade kids, and then she'd say, well, what, how do they do in the elementary grade? Right, how long has this been, this performance is tracking? And, it's like, I really have a problem with.
I know, I have a few years ago, right, when I was principal, the board was talking about sixth grade. Well,
It's when before
it's when Reyes was
well,
principal.
when I was in sixth grade, that's when they got rid of it. Here in Grants, it was 7 to 9. But I think other schools are 6 to 8.
If you'd have 3 years of data points,
That might be,
see, they only have 2, that means they got 2 years to.
Yeah.
To get their scores up.
so, yeah, that was my, the reasoning.
But yeah, I had just, we went to a 2-year I was the first one to go to that 2-year program.
It's been a while. They're used to it.
What do you mean? It hasn't been that long. Like 10 years, 10 years maybe.
23.
But that's what said Mr. Close too. There's a lot of changes that the district did.
Well,
And like she said, they got rid of Franklin. Yeah, put everybody up at Webster.
all of my, spouses. With grants. So they don't know about.
Yeah, they went to Sierra Vista.
Yeah.
I went to school with them. They went to Sierra Vista.
Okay, continue. So they agree, right?
Right, this is.
This is, yes, eighth grade,
To be done by-
math and reading.
Yes.
The bus deal.
Yep.
Yeah, well,
Mr. Chavez has to go to another meeting. Yes.
Thank you for being here with
Thank
us
you,
today,
guys.
sir.
Working on our kid members.
Thank you. Okay. Can you, download, Excel with this?
Yes, I have everything broken down on Excel.
Okay.
If you would like that.
I'm just,
That would be. Just remember to
I
share,
want to play with it.
share as viewer.
Could you proceed to, what else do we have?
So Marissa, the way the board works, if they want data, they're supposed to ask me to get it. But I'll always forward that to you. So that way, I'll be the middleman, but. And they'll kind of tell me what they want.
Pass it along.
And then we'll work with Trish to get what we need out of
Okay.
synergy.
Wait a minute. You have to explain this Trish, this combination. Like this.
So Mr. Wagner, guys wondering if you would clarify who Trish is.
First name is Patricia. Patricia Garcia is our synergy administrator. So she is with Miss Ray in Florida. And we're hoping that they get a flight home.
That's probably a crazy place, I think.
Yeah.
Another 2 days. All right. Mr. Whiter.
I'm gonna tell them they have to rent
A car and drive home.
a Yugo or a Fiat smart card.
We have trouble.
We have to go. Yeah, no, we have to think of all the loan
Yeah.
and the
No.
rental
Yeah,
van.
that one. Planes, trains, or,
No.
yeah, that's guys too.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that, we're getting.
We're getting loopy, we've been here a while.
All right.
And now that we meet, we're tired.
So that's where we stop with the middle school data. Laguna Middle School is also, it's available, but by the time my time ran out and I had to send it into Shanta, but I do have it.
Well, I'm impressed and I thank you both to having us. You're so responsive, and I know how long it takes to generate these things. So,
Are those carrots? Thank you. In the
Yes,
presentation?
yes, they are.
what is
Just a
now?
little
going on,
touch.
so-
Java 8.
So
Alright.
I think that's how Nolan told me to pronounce it.
Well, and,
And
Java 8.
I'm not sure how to pronounce it in that.
yeah, now,
He. I'm glad, Marissa, you did a good job including that for our partners and I love your incorporation of the new school colors.
Yes, yes. I wanted everything to kind of mesh well, and I hope you guys enjoyed what I had in Miss Brago's absence, and anything in the future that you may need, just give me a shout.
You did great.
So much. You're
We'll
welcome.
pull all kinds of data.
Okay. I look forward to it.
Yes.
thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Future agenda items, I'm gonna just run through real quick. Same as last night, strategic plan, IPP, facility master plan, and the site, district and safety plan, including, hopefully soon policy about some of the safety things.
Yes.
Announcement, I will reiterate what we said last night, November 18th, regular board meeting. District is closed for Thanksgiving, break, November 24th to 28th. December 4th through 6th is the NMSBA annual conference in Albuquerque. Mr. Wagner, do you have a recommendation, sir?
I recommend that we adjourn this work session.
Excellent. Board members, is there a motion to adjourn? And a second?
Second.
Thank you. It has been moved by Mr. Jaramillo and seconded by Dr. Archambault to adjourn the meeting as presented. Mrs. Turley, will help, please. Dr. Archambault?
Here. I mean.
Starting over.
Your meeting.
Mr. Hubview,
Yes.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye, the motion carries. The board adjourned at 2:42 PM. Excellent meeting, sirs. Thank you all for being here.
Well, I'm glad it was planned in the day, or else we'd be here till it'd probably be midnight right now.
Should we leave us, please,
So,
because I don't.
Recording stopped.